Go marching in. Oh, in the oh, oh, how I want to be that number. Oh, when the saints go marching. Da, 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 da. Hi, Richie, I'm here. Nobody cares. Richie, that's not nice. Why do you say no one cares? Because men deal in reality. Da, 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 da. We deal with reality. Agua and backup agua. You can never drink enough water. That's not true. You could drown. But somewhere between drowning and dehydrating to death is happiness. Isn't that interesting? Somewhere between drowning to death and dehydration, which people die of dehydration a lot, even in a hospital, because maybe they just can't get fluids and, whatever, things are breaking down. They can't get it in the system fast enough, overheating, fever. Point is this: somewhere in between is there. There's just enough water, I guess. You better hydrate yourself. They don't teach people these things. They'll say it once or twice. No, I mean, like literally, like if you're not drinking water, you're gonna die. Your kidneys, your liver, if you're drinking Monster Energy drink, you're wrong. Like, and if you're drinking that on a regular basis instead of water, I'm not even saying one to two, 1 to 3. Like if 1 out of 2 your drinks is water, you're wrong. So if like you're drinking one water to every can of soda or every um, energy drink, or alcohol, and some people don't do that. Some people don't even drink any water. I knew people back in North like, oh, I don't drink water. I just drink my coffee and more coffee, and then when I get home, I drink beer. Really? You're gonna die of liver and kidney failure. I can guarantee it. Like at a certain point, and you know what? Hey, you do what you want to do, because then you can have the outlook of, well, what's the point? We don't live forever. I guess so. I can understand that suicidal mentality. Like, well, just you know, comes down to time and quality of time. When, when you take care of something, it's generally going to last longer. And when you take care of something, the time that it has is going to have better quality. You could take that to the bank and you could cash it twice. I guarantee it. Jason, how's your balls? What's up, bro? Big D in the house. Firminator, how you doing, bro? Big Firm. Nobody cares. Big Firm. What's up, bro? So tonight we're smoking Monte Cristo. You say, why you keep on smoking these Monte Cristos? I'm telling you, pound for pound, it's one of the greatest cigars ever made. When you factor in the price as well, and they're better than the price. I was gonna set it at the store for $9 and change for this big boy Toro, but you could get shit like this even cheaper on the internet. Just make sure it is. Make sure you're not getting. I don't know. Sometimes with CBID, you get some shit that maybe. You know what I'm saying though? S- Even if it's the same cigar, I know we talked about yesterday, but there's definitely different tiers on CBIT. Not talking about boxes, but when you get to Lucy's in 5 packs, you got to ask yourself: is it one of two things? Is CBIT buying cigars, Lucy's in 5 packs that the company didn't deem box worthy, and then flipping them as Lucy's, or is CBIT have a contract with like General and Altatus to say, hey, look, we'll liquidate the cigars you don't feel like putting in boxes that aren't up to your snuff at a cheaper price. Everyone's happy. Because I've seen a lot of issues with Lucy's and 5-packs on CBIT, but not consistent though. It's not like every time. So that's the other crazy thing about it. So I'm not anti-CBIT. All I'm saying is, before you buy a cigar in CBIT, maybe buy it at regular price, see how you like it and how it tastes, then try it on CBIT. And if it matches, then stick with CBIT. But you get what I'm saying, though. There's been people here, including myself, that have had issues. Because, like I said, we talked about with the counterfeits with Cubans a lot on this show. And it begs the question, at a certain point, are we going to have counterfeit non-Cubans? Is that a possibility? I think it is a possibility. I think anything's a possibility, you know? I think it is a possibility. I think it is a possibility. But we'll see if we can get this guy on here. Where's this guy? We're waiting for this guy. Where's this guy? Is this guy? You know the guy. The guy. The jacket. I'm here in a Toyota Corolla. It's 31 degrees. Where's this guy? Where's this guy? Where's this guy? Where's the guy? Where's the guy? Where's the guy? I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say this. You could pretty much trust any Blackwork Studios. Blackwork Studios is a fantastic company. It's a fantastic brand. Every time I've had a Blackwork Studio, I've had a good time. Some I like better than others, but I've never had a Blackwork Studio that didn't work, that had a bad draw, a bad burn, or tasted like shit. You could trust in Blackwork Studios. Phenomenal brand. As far as that particular one, I probably had it, but it doesn't ring a bell. The Morphe, I, I probably had it, but there's been a few Blackwork Studios I come back to, like oh my god, you have the Green Hornet. Well, the Green Hornet is a variation of what? Now my mind's going blank. Okay, so the Green Hornet is a variation of the what's the one? Killer Bee, right? Fantastic. Um, Firm, hold on. I got a guy. Firm, could you tell us the names of Blackwork Studio cigars? You have Green Hornet, Killer Bee, Salvation, Last Rites, Vicodum, right? Royalty. There's a whole bunch, and they're all fantastic. They're all fantastic. They're all fantastic. There's not one bad Killer Bee. I'm sorry, one bad um Blackwork Studios. What are you flexing on?
Eating an orange, dude.
Yo, nice, bro.
Cigars and fresh fruit, right?
Fresh fruit. You know why? It clears the palate. A little natural sugar. I'm telling you, fresh fruit and cigars is a smart idea. I think even before or while you're doing them, to prevent you from getting sick. Plus, it's just a good snack. But I'm telling you, fresh fruit and cigars. Guys need it. I push that shit, man. I'm telling you, it's a good idea.
So what I got here is, this one's labeled as a double Corona.
But so it's probably the same cigar but skinnier. What size is that?
This, I mean, I can look it up. Actually, 40, I'll look it up right
probably
now.
46. Probably 46.
I swear. I mean, it looks like a 6x50 to me. Let me see.
I can't tell because I'm trying to gauge it by your hands and face, but I know I have bigger hands and a skull than you, so I can't. You know what I'm saying? When one person's holding a cigar, like like if you see this, what do you think this is? But this is 6x52, I think. You know what I'm saying?
Here's a Zycar.
That's nice.
Well, I'm just saying for scale because Zycar is always one size.
And Zykar's not that big, so yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So that's I don't know.
Let's see. Hold on. Okay, it's 6 1/4 by 50. So
Okay, then that makes no sense. How they calling it Corona? It's a Toro.
yeah, that's what I mean. So I
Okay,
thought
so
I had
that
the Toro, but it turns out I have this size, which is basically a Toro.
at the same time, though, bro. Here's the thing too. The way I look at it, that's pretty ballsy to name something and just go against the grain. You're like, yeah, this is a Churchill. You're like, it's 5 by 46. It's a Churchill, and you're like, what? Yeah, it's a Churchill, and you're like, all right, you know.
Let's get this thing going. Yeah, dude. What's funny is their Churchill is like 7 by 50 or something, which
No,
could be considered a double Corona
no, but the reserve, the classic is 7 by 54. It's tremendous.
on the classic, but on the brown band, it's
Yeah.
7 by 50, which is straight up double Corona because a Churchill is 7 by 48, right?
Oh, okay, no, I'm gonna tell you right now, 7 by 50 is also Churchill. Most companies are doing 7 by 50 Churchills. The classical line, like Cubans, yeah, right, 7 by 47. And then other companies will do maybe 48, and Cohiba Red Dot will do 7 by 49. I like Cohiba's Red Dot 49. 49 is a cool size. All Cohiba Red Dots, the Robusto, Toro, and Churchill are like 49. I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, bro, I mean, this blend right here in any size they work. They're satisfying. They're strong enough. There's plenty of flavor the whole time. Um, I
Smells
think
like
people
molasses and rubus tea.
interesting.
Yeah, it's like molasses. It's like straight up molasses. I know those are really weird callouts, but God, I love the smell of this thing.
The foot of my cigar, it does smell a little like Fuente, like with the sweetness. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying though? Um, dude, these are great cigars. People sleep on them. And what did you pay for those?
These I didn't pay much because I got them on CBID
Okay,
in a 5 pack. But I
but
got
you
the
don't see
five.
any problems in the quality on it?
I got the 5 pack, and this is like the sample. They call it the Monte Cristo Lover or something.
Mhm.
But look at this. Looks perfect.
Yeah, dude, that's great quality, man.
I mean, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
What I've been doing with the when I cut the cigar, I just put it like this, and then I just rotate it to take the cap off, like you do with the knife.
Bro, look at this, bro. The past week, I began this weird spasm in my neck. I don't know if I have an alien inside of me or I'm gonna drop dead.
Yeah.
Like right here, like I'm getting like a spasm. Like maybe it's just stress.
Show me where. Show me where.
Right here, but it's like in the muscle,
Is it going here, or is it going here?
more in here.
More in there. I'll have to look it up. I'm not that familiar with neck anatomy. I should be more familiar, but that's hmm.
Strange, right?
Yeah, that is strange. I don't know.
It also could be a vitamin deficiency. Like like you gotta, I take vitamin B12 and everything else, but like as you get older, you need more nutritious food and also vitamins because let's say your kidney and your liver you start breaking down. Your body, you know, what I'm talking about the body needs maintenance. When
Well,
you
you
have a
need.
vitamin deficiency in anything, do you
Mhm.
really, you know what I'm talking about, Jerry? You can
I mean,
relate to,
I always try to take vitamins, but
yeah.
I was raised vegetarian,
Uh huh.
and all sorts of health food and stuff like that. So that's all regular to me. You know what I mean?
Mm,
I don't drink soda. I never really drank soda. I don't eat fast
that's
food.
good.
I've never really drank or eat fast food.
That's all good. You so you never eat meat?
No, I eat meat now. Um, I always thought because I was a kid I wasn't allowed to eat meat.
Mhm.
Um, well, it wasn't that I wasn't allowed. They just didn't feed me meat, I guess. Um, Getting quite a conservative draw off this. Well, we'll see. Okay, so if I'm getting a conservative draw off this, do you think I should light it first, or do you think I should give it a V cut first?
No, I don't think so.
Just light it up, see
I
what
don't
happens.
think you go with V cut later. I think V cut would be a terrible idea for this. And the wrapper, I don't know. You wouldn't want to risk butchering it or unraveling.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh, I'd always go with having breaking the cigar first. See,
Yeah, not a rose cut. I mean, rose cut if it really gets that bad, Joshua. So what size do you have, Richie?
I could swear it's Toro.
So this is probably the same size because they
No,
can't really make.
I think mine's bigger than 50, bro. This feels like a
Oh,
52. I'm being
gotcha.
dead serious. This is bigger.
I see what you mean.
There's no way this is 50. I don't think so.
Firm, how you doing? Firm's smoking a I think a Cameron cabinet. Firm, is that your first Cameron cabinet or recently?
Right from the light up, man, I love this cigar, bro. Like, it's funny that I brought it up and you said you enjoy this stick, and like you won't see any articles this on Cigar Aficionado or nobody on YouTube talking about this cigar because it's always about what's coming out new or what got the best rating. It's like there's so many great cigars going back that you can also get great deals on that maybe the masses smoke, but like doesn't get any talk or no airtime. It's almost, hey, what's up, good? It's almost like they don't count anymore. And to me,
Give me,
that's it's disrespectful because they've been making this cigar for I don't know how long.
yeah.
I don't know,
Give,
30
give me
years
one
more.
sec. I gotta light this inside of a box. I'll be right
What
back.
happened?
Give me 10 seconds.
Light it inside of a box. Light it inside of a box.
Well, just because of the wind.
Now I understand what you meant.
Yeah. It's just a little too windy.
Now I understand what you meant. Ferminator, Goody, what's up? He said Blackwork Studios is a subdivision of Black Label. Not all Black Labels are Blackwork Studios. Intergalactic, Hive Lines, Killer Bee, Rorschach. Yeah, the MBK Hyena. MBK was good. Hyena, I don't know. I haven't had that. It's just some cool shit though, man. I like I like their cigars. I can recommend them. These cigars don't feel or taste at all like a classical Connecticut cigar. I can't stress that enough. The classic, the regular Monte Cristo, on the Alteta side, they do not feel like a Connecticut cigar, even though it says Connecticut wrap or whatever. No, these are fantastic. You have to get the torchlight. I don't know. He's got to get like an astronaut helmet. He should have just used the jacket. Um, I keep on selling the cigar, full mouthfeel, very creamy, very buttery, very oily on the lips.
Almost there.
Hey, it is what it is. you know, Richie is just a platform. Whoever comes on is gonna, I'm gonna ask questions, but they're gonna respond with however they want. It is what it is. It's what it is. I try to find whoever's on the show. I, I try to make it as interesting as possible. And that could vary how I do it. If the person is a very comical person, I might edge on that. Like when Sack is on, it's going to be insanity. When Sacco's on, we're going to be laughing and flexing and having fun, and you know, uh, depending who's on the show. Notorious is on, we're going to be getting to conspiracies. When Ferminator's on, we're going to be getting into the cigar news. So each person we bring up, each person, I guess the way I respond to the way they are, um, and it's going to be that kind of episode. It's like we're playing volleyball. We're both feeding off each other. You know what's wrong,
That's a good stick. Right off the
bro?
bat, it's always good. Right off the bat.
Yeah, it doesn't waste your time. I'll tell you what, I've left this out all week, like I think 4 days now. Uh, no cellophane, and it tastes even better with less moisture. You know what I'm saying though? Um, fantastic, fantastic cigar.
I get a little, and now I might have overlit this or held the flame too close. I was rushing a little bit. Excuse me, but I get a little hay. I get a little astringency, like a Connecticut. But other than that, it's like a totally different profile.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. As far as the overall experience, uh, it's better than a Connecticut cigar. It's better than the Monte Cristo White. In my opinion, like
Hmm.
straight Connecticut cigars with the traditional Connecticut flavoring, like old school cigars like the white, they're enjoyable, but they feel like the basic bitch of cigars. They feel like Ugg boots and a caramel pumpkin latte spice. You know what I'm saying though? Like in a Subaru. I don't know. Yoga pants.
The problem I have with Connecticut's is they're so often blended down that one avenue, and I have an issue with Maduros as well. That I feel like they're often blended down that line where you want, okay, I want creamy Connecticut, I want, I want lemon, I want wood, whatever. You know what I mean? There's a certain flavor profile. I feel like it always tastes like that, or they always blend to it.
Right, where you could switch the brand up, but you couldn't tell the difference. Now, maybe with the variation of construction or quality, but I know what you're talking about. Like in reality, it's almost like there's only, as far as the masses, it's like three different cigars. There's Shade, Connecticut, there's
Right.
Habano, and there's Maduro. And Habano, I guess you could throw in the sun grown section. But you know what I'm saying, though? It's like, of course, there's way more cigars than that. But if you really look down on it, most blends, and within, let's say, Maduro, um, most Maduro blends, they're not unique. They're the same exact category like the other guys Maduro, just either more age or more strength to it, but it's still the same
Right.
profile.
Right.
But there are Maduros that do go away from that and get more interesting. But I know what you're talking about. It's not the
Well,
norm per se.
but you've got like, I know I always bring up the Cofradia, but that's a broadleaf binder. But you're not getting that straight down the malt line Maduro flavor. You know what I mean?
Because once again, positions everything. I don't give a shit if it has broadleaf in the binder and the filler. If it's not on the wrapper, I once again, I don't give a shit if you have broadleaf Maduro binder and broadleaf Maduro filler. If you have a Connecticut shade wrapper, it's gonna taste like a Connecticut shade wrapper, and it's
Hmm.
gonna be just a strong one. Because I'm telling you, the position is the most important, and the wrapper, the outside layer, I'm telling you, dictates the flavor profile, and the fillers are gonna be might add to some of the complexity, but it's gonna push what the wrapper is. I just can't picture like your skin. It's not that much of your body as far as weight. So you say, oh, there's more filler and binder, and maybe the binder is your muscle structure, and the filler is all your skeleton.
Hmm.
But your skin is your external part that everyone sees, and the shape of your face, and the tone of your skin, or if you got tattoos or whatever, or if you're old, is it old skin? You have old raggedy face, like you're 90 years old. You get what I'm saying though? So like the wrapper, the positioning of the cigar, it's not just because what you see, it envelops everything. Like the color of a house or color of your car. If somebody does a drive-by and they're like, oh, what was it? A red car. Okay. You know what I'm saying? No, like the outside of the car is the most important because that's the part you see. You know what I'm saying though? Um, uh, I can't stress it enough because you could
I
say what's in the binder or filler, and that's all a factor. It is, but it doesn't factor in equally. Meaning, well, if it's one part this in the filler and one part this in the binder and one part this in the wrapper, somehow it'll be a third and a third and a third of the flavor profile. Bullshit. Like what the wrapper is, the outside layer. So even if you do two wrappers, the outside layer, I, why it works that way exactly, I can't give you the science behind it. But go out and go buy three Perdomo cigars. Go buy a shade grown, a Habano, and a Maduro of the same blend. Let's say the 20th anniversary. Each one's going to taste different. Why? Different wrapper, same binder and filler. You get what I'm saying, though?
I've
I'm not
noticed with
saying. Well, yeah.
I've noticed with some of the cigars that I ruined that I've been trying to smoke. Often I think that the wrapper is what's damaged and the binder and the filler are fine. And so what's interesting is like I was smoking a Tatuaje Black Label, and I got those same My Father notes, right? That you get from their stuff, but I didn't get really anything off the wrapper. So it really is kind of like there's sort of a backing to a cigar that's in the filler, I think, and to the
Right, but if
less
you if
extent
you
with the
if you
binder.
have a
But
shitty wrapper, that could affect the cigar too, though. Because if you have a low quality wrapper or a wrapper that's, let's say, the oil's dried out, or it was, if that's bad, you still have good binder filler. It was a bad selected wrapper. It's like it's pushing. You get what I'm trying to say, though, bro. It's like it all is a factor, but it's if wrappers didn't control the flavor profile, why would we have different cigars? That a Connecticut shade grown would taste just like a Maduro if it had the same filler and binder. You get what I'm trying to say?
what I mean to say is, I think without that wrapper, you're really not getting the story. I mean, you're really not getting anything. My experience, like
Yeah, take
it's just
take
the
take a
background.
cigar right now, and if you cut the wrapper off right now, and you're just smoking binder and filler, um, it would taste different. Trust me on that. And actually, probably would get stronger. And that makes weird sense that if you remove a piece of tobacco, making it stronger, but it's like you remove the outside layer, then it cover everything up. Um,
The way I think of it, it's almost like background music. You know what I mean? It's like the backing stuff, but you got no lead singer without the the rapper.
yeah, picture like a tall building with a lightning rod on top, and when lightning comes, the tallest part, the outside layer, in a sense, gets hit first. You know. Um,
This
yeah,
is
I'm
not burnt.
not saying it exactly makes sense because if you really think about it, wouldn't the majority, which would be the filler, affect the flavor the most? And I'm here to tell you it doesn't. It it doesn't.
But it's like the vocals in a song. You know, like that's
But
what you're really
well, think
what
about the
grabs people.
filler though. The filler's not wrapped up nice and even like a carpet. The filler's squeezed together, bunched up, and smushed together with other shit, and then
Hmm.
tied up with the binder. Do you know what I'm saying? Though, so in a way, like, yeah, yeah, it's almost like the filler's like the working class. They're doing the majority of the work, but they get none of the credit. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Yeah.
then you got the supervisors, the binder, and then
Right.
the boss is sitting there nice and even and clean. You know what I'm saying? Though, like,
Yeah. That's a good analogy. That's a good one.
well, we're gonna end it on that. Go fuck myself. Have a good night, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
That one's solid. I think this cigar is not burning for a couple reasons. I think it's humid out right now, and I think I didn't light it properly, so I'm trying to get it.
Why not? You don't have matches?
Well, I've been trying to light them with this soft flame lighter.
Okay.
Sometimes it works, but if I'm thinking about something else or I'm too gentle with it, sometimes it
How,
doesn't.
how moist is your cigar?
I didn't check. It could be quite moist.
You didn't take it out?
I didn't take it out, but I will say, I've been doing that. I tried a bunch of different ways with cigars, and I know everybody says pull the stuff out, let it sit. Um, some people let it sit for days. Some people dry box, let it sit for days. I tried a few different methods. I tried with a box, without a box, in a bag, not in a bag. I tried with different Bovida. I tried bringing it down to 62 with a Bovida for 3 days. Every variation, I find if I just pull it out of the storage and smoke it, because I don't keep any of my storage very wet,
Oh,
that's where I get the best results. So that's one thing, but it's also quite humid tonight. So I think that's probably why.
well, you're in Cali and your weather's much different. Here it's very dry. So here the weather totally removes the moisture out of the cigar. By
Yeah.
me taking it out of my humidor and leaving it on the table for a day or two, like, I can't stress how dry Colorado is. You know what I'm saying? It's dry. So it's a good thing for cigars if you're trying to get the moisture out.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying, though? Whereas if you live in Miami and you're like, yeah, just take out the cigar and leave it on top of the humidor for a day. You probably get more moisture. You know what I'm saying? Though?
Yeah. No, I've had that experience. There have been times where I'm like, I really got to dry box these things. Nothing's burning. I leave it out, and of course, it's so humid, it just gets worse.
Yeah,
So,
I almost forget what humidity is.
man, I might have to torch this.
Well, dude, that's terrible, man. Now, do you think that's an issue with cigar with CBID?
No, I mean the draw on this is really nice. It's reserved. The construction is some of the best construction I've seen on a cigar. I think it's like
No, dude, the Monte Cristos are flawless, man.
I mean I almost can't find the seams. I'm not sure if that's a seam or a vein.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So this is wonderfully designed and put
So
together,
what's
but
the issue? Do you got to
I think
cut more?
it's
Get it
just
more cut.
it's humid out tonight. Let me find what the humidity is. But it's not the cigar's fault.
Really, it's that humid enough that it's ruining the cigar.
It's 72, so it's not. It can't be that either. So I'll just relight it in a sec.
Relight it. What? I don't know, man. My thing's working perfect.
We'll give it a sec.
Yeah, give it a second. Maybe you're not puffing on it enough in the beginning. I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know because it's
Or yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is a CBID thing. Maybe they are. Maybe there's something wrong with them. I don't think so though, because cosmetically it's wonderful. So
no. I understand that, and I'm not saying it is the case. I'm just trying to understand. You know, and it seems like the cherries go good. Is it just feel tight?
well, I just gave it some more. I just lit it a little bit more, so
Mm.
it's going better. This is a good stick, man.
Dude, it just gets better and better. And by the time you get like an inch or two in, it really picks up enough to where it's like to me like a heavy medium plus, and by the here it gets like medium full, not 60 maybe 65% darkness as you get on, but tons of flavor. The finish gets pretty long, and it's so smooth. It's creamy, buttery, oily all over the face, all over the lips, all over the face. It's fucking the cigar gives you a facial. It's a 451 of cigars. Um, it's just here's the thing, bro. I could do this every day and my palate wouldn't be hurting. There's other cigars, like for example, if I was doing Padron 64 every day, after a while my palate like I gotta give it a break. My tongue would be like, you know what I'm saying though? So this is very comfortable, but without being like boring like a regular Connecticut. But do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's in that perfect area where like it almost hits all the bases. And after I came back to the cigar, I'm like, it might be one of those kind of sticks that one price, but two the whole profile and everything how it hits you and the experience. I could do this for a while and never get bored. The same thing like a Hemingway Maduro. This and the Hemingway Maduro, I think would be a great combination. If you're gonna do a double stick, like you know,
I wouldn't be mad at smoking this with a regular Hemingway as well.
I
Just
can
like
see that too.
just step it up with the Hemingway second. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Transition. This is the. Sorry, I misread this question. Do you prefer this or the classic? Excuse me.
no, this one hands down. I love the classic, but this one hands down. Now the classic though, if I was sitting by the beach, whenever I was sitting by the beach in Port Jeff and watching the sunset, the classic series goes great with that. I just remember always smoking that cigar down by the beach, spring and summertime as the sun starts setting. Grab a Starbucks coffee and just sit there and chill. Just a black coffee and just sit there. And I did that for a long time. After my divorce and when I didn't have my kid, I'd have her here and there, sometimes every weekend, sometimes not for a month. And so I have a lot of free time at night. And not to say that Richie was sad per se, but yeah, I was sad. I missed my daughter. But I go out. I had women to get laid with, but that's not quality time. It's really not. Most of the women you're having sex with, you don't like them. You don't like them. You like that. You understand the difference between liking that and them?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know? He's like, yeah, yeah.
It's
Uh,
it's it's not about their company first. I
yeah,
understand what
yeah, they're not enhancing your life.
I
In
I
fact,
I,
most of the time you're putting up with their bullshit. You're like, oh yeah, just so you can like, okay, and now let's get, uh, it is what it is.
I tried that once. It was not for me.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
It's very salty, very
yeah,
buttery, slightly nutty. It gives you a feeling of like if you're having really high quality buttered popcorn. You know what I'm saying? That kind of feeling. It's delicious. Um, very little earth, but just enough. Like it's kind of it's comfortable, but the whole profile, you really don't get this off a lot of cigars. The closest thing in my mind, if you went to the high end Davidoff, like with
Uh,
Zeno, which would be 3 times the price. So, you
the
know,
Xeno Platinum doesn't remind me of this, but it actually, and this is weird. To me, it reminds me for some reason. Now, this one, not the Churchill, but this
yeah.
one in the
Well, remember
Aura.
this one is 52. This is a bigger gauge.
Okay, so this one in the I think this is 6.25 by 50. So the double Corona, which doesn't make any
Mm.
sense.
No, what I'm just trying to say is you change the blend, you change the size. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. This one um reminds me a little bit of the 3 by 3, just like a much much better 3 by 3.
I can see that. I can see the 3 by 3 definitely younger,
Exactly.
more grassy, but for the price you're gonna get them for $2-3. You know what I'm saying though? So he would like this. Frank, you would like this. Not that it's, I wouldn't say it's mild. I'd say it starts off at a gentle medium and then it picks up, but it doesn't get to insane levels. But it's just very delicious. Um, let me see. Let me see. You haven't tried that punch yet. What punch you guys talking about? Knuckle Buster. I don't think I've had that one. Maybe I did. He said I haven't had the Espinosa 601 Black Connecticut. Oh, I've had the 601 Black Connecticut, and I think I enjoyed that one. I remember it's called the Black Connecticut. It's a black label on the 601 line, and I remember it being pretty strong for a Connecticut, but still, it's the 601 Maduro is my favorite one. Have you messed with those, PG?
I haven't messed with the 601. I just pulled the 601 out of one of the coolers, which may be okay, may not be okay. I was just talking to Firm about it. He thinks I won't like it because it's a very dark, powerful Maduro. Or I don't. Powerful is not the word he used, but um,
Which one, 601 Maduro? No, it's it's
601 Maduro.
it's it's a good, solid three-quarter strength cigar
Yeah,
with a lot of those classical broadleaf flavors. Which then again, you're saying you're not crazy about classical Maduro stuff. It's
right.
chocolate. It's slightly earthy. It's got good black spice. Um, it's I like it, but
I'm looking forward to it because I know you like it so much.
yeah,
And I did pull it out, but I haven't smoked it yet. So, and maybe it'll be ruined, but if it's not ruined, I'm looking forward to it.
yeah.
But I
Well, like
think
I
I'll,
said, how it hits you, it might not be for you. That's all I'm saying though.
yeah.
What I liked about it is it felt like if I was in a Liga Bovada #9 mood, but I wanted to save money, like half the price, you can get a
hmm
601 Maduro Espinosa, and you're not gonna have a bad night. Okay, um, it's like a good compromise cigar, meaning, and if it's a tight week or something like that, or hey, or you might just say, you know what, I got the money, but I'm just gonna, in a sense, like downsizing. Like we're gonna get a smaller house or a smaller apartment. You got the money, but you want to keep more in the bank, right? Or see if you can still enjoy great $8 cigars at a lounge. You know what I'm saying though? So maybe instead of Liga #9, the lounge for 17, you go for the 601 Maduro. And if you still have a good time, if you just zoom out and go, was it a good time? Yeah. Instead of saying, oh, it wasn't as good as this, but was it still a good cigar? Yeah. Is this other one better? Yeah. But did you still have a good time? It's like, did you get laid tonight? Yeah. Was it the best lay? Who cares? You got laid, right? So sometimes in life you have to zoom out, and not say lowering the bar, but if you zoom out, you're always gonna have a good time, unless you're smoking Quorum
I
cigars.
agree. I was taking a walk right before this, and we chatted on the phone on my walk. And I was thinking on the walk, I don't know how to describe it, but sometimes in my life I felt I got to get to some sort of level, have to achieve some sort of thing.
Is
A
that a
lot.
feeling of insecurity, like you feel you're not good enough?
I think that might be where it comes from, but not quite sure where
Who are
that
you
came
trying to
from.
be good for? You, your father,
Exactly.
your
No,
mother, society, a woman that doesn't approve of you because you're not good enough yet? Who is it? Who are these people?
exactly. But I realized it's not for me. As far as I'm concerned, I don't need a mansion. You know what I mean? And so I think that's it. When you zoom out, you can realize like I'm taking a walk. It's beautiful. That's good enough. You don't need. You know what I'm saying?
No, and I feel like that attitude is right, and that will actually get you to higher places because you're not getting your own way. If you feel like, hey man, I'm content, then at the same time you'll make better decisions and you'll move forward in life.
Yeah.
Whereas if you feel like you don't have enough and you're beating the shit out of yourself, it'll lead to other negative behaviors or maybe heavy drinking or drugs or depression. Worst is depression. More than drugs or drinking is depression. Because killing yourself is the fastest way to die through depression. I see more people growing up depressed. Even if they're still alive, they're already dead because they beaten themselves internally. And
Yeah.
that's worse than any disease. Because they can be perfectly fine and not be able to get out of bed. Because that's a real thing. And it's almost like in my culture where I almost be like demonic possession, where you're so depressed you want to die, and it's like no money or medicine or pills or family is going to change that. If you decide you want to die internally and you give up life, it's not going to change until you take it back. Does that make any sense?
I totally agree. I want to apologize. I'm about to torch this because it's not burning. I don't know what I did wrong. The cigar seems fine. I did something wrong. I'm going to
What
torch
did
it. If it,
how about this? Did you overcook it and it singed? Why don't you cut the bottom off?
yeah, yeah, okay, I'll try that.
Try
Well,
that.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Who gives a shit? Cut an inch before you cut a foot.
Okay, all right. And if this doesn't work, I'll just go pick up another one
Cut
because I
it.
got a
Cut
bunch
it.
in the
Look,
church.
you might have used too much flame and sealed the bottom. DVD.
DVD. Yeah, I was having that exact thought, Richie, because I think I've really got in my own way in life because I feel like I gotta somehow be better than I am. But I realize like you don't gotta be better than you are. You just gotta do your best. Hold on, I really fucked that. But you know what I mean? Like you were saying, it keeps you from doing your best if you are always, you're depressed about it or you're second guessing it. You know what I mean? But instead, you
You'll
could
never
just
get it because then even if you get to your best, you won't even appreciate it because you still keep on saying, "Oh, I'm not good enough."
right,
I'm not saying being overly confident, like an ego, like where you're like, "I'm the best. Nobody can fuck with me." I'm like
right.
a jock mentality. But at the same time, like being, I don't like to use the word proud because that's like a vanity, but being confident in yourself, understanding you're gonna make mistakes, and even though that happens, you're still gonna go forward and keep on trying to self improve. You know what I'm saying, though? Be careful with that flame, man. You should be using matches.
It's okay. I'll get another one. I'll get another one if this doesn't work. Although I've been finding. I'll tell you what. I actually don't think torch lighters are that bad as long as you keep the flame really far away,
What if
right?
you don't try to even torch it? Don't even try to warm it up. Just try to light it. You know what I'm saying, though? Because what
No,
if
no, no. What I'm saying is, check this out. Here's how I do it. We'll see if it works. But what I've been doing recently is I just light it like here, and then I blow on it,
I
and that's
know
it.
that, but you gotta be careful of too much heat, man.
But what I've realized is what you can't do. The worst thing to do is if you puff on it with the torch on it. I think
No,
that's
I,
the
I
worst.
know if it's close. I'm talking about with distance. I'm talking about like distance. Is it even hitting it?
No, it's not. I'm trying to really. There we go. Just trying to get the edge.
Dude, just get matches, man.
The problem is it's slightly too breezy for matches.
Use your jacket like your hood.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. All right,
Ask Richie. Ask Richie.
I think it'll be fine. So yeah, I think it's not just being confident or anything like that. I think it's really like acceptance, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Understanding who you are and accepting that person and that character and that role, and then if you can just engage with that instead of saying, "Oh, I'm never going to be good enough," or because like okay, what I mean is, if you say, "Oh, you always want to be somebody else," how are you ever going to do that? You're not somebody else. It sounds stupid, but
It's
it's
almost fraudulent. You're always gonna be yourself. You know,
we say
it's fraudulent. You can't be
right,
someone else unless you're
right.
gonna be a con artist. Um, I can't stress enough, man. Having self confidence, there's a difference between having self confidence and then being like an asshole. Because if you're super cocky, eventually you're not gonna have any real friends because no one's gonna like being around you. You know, and I think it just comes with times of experience. And as you get older, you know. accepting what it is, but and also that you're not going to be like, an astronaut. Like if you're growing up, it's like, I'm going to be a whatever, you know what I'm saying? Though, like some kids are growing up, I'm going to be a dinosaur. You're like, yeah, good for you, kid. You know, like you'll be happy to have a 401k and a pension. You know what I'm saying? Though, you know, and there's a
Sorry,
phrase
firm.
song, and it's a song about growing up in reality and getting married and high hopes. And towards the end of the song, he says, "Where surviving was just good enough."
Yeah,
It was a scenes from an Italian restaurant. Linda and Eddie were going steady back in '79. But there was this phrase, "Surviving was just good enough," and I can't stress it enough, man. Just being a stable person, paying your own bills, buying your own food, buying your own cigars, staying away from alcoholism. I'm not saying having a drink, but you understand the difference. Staying away from dangerous behavior, staying away from extreme violence. It doesn't mean you can't be violent. If your house is on fire, you got to kick the door to get down. It's an act of
sure.
violence, right? Well, there's a time and place for a man to be violent. We're in a good way for society. If your neighbor is being attacked by a dog, um, and you know, and that's happened before in my life where I grabbed the neighbor's dog. It was such a massive dog. It was almost 6 feet tall when it stood up. Massive, massive, it's like a Turkish shepherd. And they use those things they said to fight lions in Turkey or something like that. I don't know, to hunt them. And they got out, and the woman couldn't even try to get it, and it was a violent dog. And I grabbed that dog by its throat, and I took it to the ground. And I'm not going to go into the whole story. The point was
Sure.
though, like that dog would have killed the kid.
Right.
That dog was scary. I'm not gonna lie, bro. When that dog was behind the fence, like that whole fence would rock. And I mean, like, they should not be leaving that thing outside. But anyways, they gave Richie a run for the money. Um, um, but I'm just trying to say though, like that place is a time where the violence of man could protect society, and
Sure.
that's a choice. But then there's people that are violent that destroy society. Um, you know, it is what it is. But
Like you said,
dude,
survive. Oh,
I
go
think
ahead.
you're on the right direction in life. I think sometimes though, maybe you just need more action and less um, thinking about things. Like, because sometimes your thoughts could beat you up. You know what I'm saying though? And I'm telling you, you got this, man. You got a good head on your shoulders. Now, maybe you're not exactly where you want to be, but wherever that place is, I don't know. It's your life, your decisions, but you're important to society. And don't think nevertheless. I know I'm important. I'm not saying I'm better than people. I know I'm better than people that are in fucking tents. But but I'm just saying. But they've made their decisions, and it's not like okay. There's so much jobs right now. If they want, like, they could get a job at Amazon. Like, okay, bro, like, they could get off the street. They don't want to go to work. They don't. You know what I'm saying? No. So it's like they don't want to go to work. They just want to chill in a tent. All
Yeah.
right. You know what I'm saying? No. And they've asked these people, if you want a job, no, I want to stay here in my tent. All right.
This cigar is a disaster. I'm so sorry, guys. Look at
Stop
this.
it. They
It's
get
not burning at all. Even torching it's not burning.
I don't understand what you did to it.
I don't know what I did. I'm gonna get a different. I'm gonna get another one.
Okay, but what if the same thing happens though? What, could you use matches?
I don't. I only have a couple Davidoff matches that I want to use for a Davidoff because my sister got it for me. So I don't have. Look. I've used the soft flame a ton of times and it works great. So I
Okay,
think
so why don't you get some of your cedar, use the lighter to light the cedar up, and use the cedar to light the cigar.
okay. All right. You want to see? Okay. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna come back with a Monte Cristo and I'm gonna come back with cedar. Okay. Are we? Is that good?
Don't make Richie sad.
Okay. Wait. Okay. What else? What do I need to do?
No, you do what you got to do.
But you're saying light it like this or what?
I don't know. At this point, I don't know what's going on. We're back to square one. Hey guys, welcome to Richie Show. How to light a cigar?
I swear, I use this. I use this all the time, and it goes great. So I think I don't know what happened. I'll be right back. I think too humid
Don't
because
worry.
I just pulled it out. I just pulled it out of a like it was still in the cello pack, like in the cello 5 pack, and I think maybe it was still too humid in there. So I'll be right back. Give me 10 seconds.
You
Or,
got.
a minute.
All right, we're gonna go for part 2 with PG 13. It is what it is. Jason saying, "Suck harder." Don't take advice from Jason. No, listen. Of course, Padrones have great performance, but Monte Cristo's work. I don't know what he did to it or whatever happened happened. It is what it is. I'm smoking the same cigar. I'm not having any issues. I'm not having any issues. It is what it is with Richie. It is what it is with Richie. While we're waiting, I had a great day. I had a great day. How good was Richie's day? I made some good money on scratch offs today. Richie's gonna flex. I'm gonna make it rain. Richie's gonna make a rap video. Say, yo,
All
hold on, I'm making it rain right now, bro. Yeah. Oh my, yo, bro, I got that Padron money, man. Yeah, Richie. Bro, hold on. I'm just gonna light him on fire. What do you think? No? All right.
You burn enough money on the show. You show off that you burn money. I don't think you need to prove it again.
Bro, I don't know why people here always have their alarm going off. Like they don't understand how to use the button. Unless everyone here is stealing cars. I think everyone here in this parking lot steals cars.
All right, maybe that's what the lot is for.
Well,
Okay, so
yeah.
I don't usually use cedar spills. Zeno Davidoff, in his book, claims that cedar spills burn too hot and they shouldn't be used to light cigars. That
Well, they're
said,
gonna burn less than your matches, than your torch lighter.
no, he's totally good with a soft flame lighter.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying yours wasn't a soft flame lighter, bro.
Oh no, I lit it up at first with the soft flame, and it
Ah,
just didn't burn. But we'll try it. Let's try it.
you're making me nervous.
I know. On there. I feel like I shouldn't be doing this on camera for the first time. Like
That's all right.
for the first time on camera.
Hey, FDNY says he has his mother-in-law coming over for a month. Hey, rest in peace, FDNY. I feel bad for you. He's got to deal with his mother-in-law for a month in his house.
I can't
Sorry.
even get this lit. Let's try that.
What if your shit is too moist?
Here we go.
Yeah, that's soft, gentle flame. That's fine. He said it's going to be a long month. I don't know, man. Which one you smoking now?
Me?
Yeah.
The just the Monty Button Churchill.
Oh, same cigar?
Same cigar.
All right, man. Hopefully,
Dude, I can't even get this to stay lit.
oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, you're hurting my soul. Oh, you're hurting me, bro. Bro, come on, man. What is going on in Los Angeles? What in damn hell? Dude,
Look at this. Look at this. This is with the torch flame.
bro, you're on full tilt. Bro, you're right.
Look.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Call 911. Call 911. Bro, hold that on an angle. Hold the wood on an angle. You know what I'm saying, though? So it has burned the burn up. There you go. Hold the wood on an angle like this. Hold the wood like this, like a triangle. Look, bro. The wood like this. Here you go. Here you go. Wood like that.
Hold
Not
on.
like that. Hold the wood.
It's gonna
Watch your face. Stop puffing. Stop puffing on that shit.
puff it. Hold
Stop
on.
puffing. Stop
Hold
fucking
on.
puffing on it.
Hold on. Hold on. All right, let's try this again.
Bro, I feel like you're going to start affecting my cigar through the phone.
Okay. Here we go.
Start puffing on that, man. You got to puff. You got to puff. Puff and rotate. I don't know. That's a little too much. FDNY said to suck it. Guy, that's the second guy telling him to suck it. Stop telling PG to suck things. Too much. He's puffing, not sucking.
Dude, I burnt it, man. I can't do that. I can't do it.
What's wrong?
I burnt it.
What's wrong with your cigars?
I think I gotta call it a life, dude. I think I tried cigars. It turned out it didn't work. Didn't work for me.
Well, okay,
You know?
get something not in the 5-pack. What's going on? Don't use cardboard for fire.
No. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna
put the box over your head and try to light it in the box. What's in the box?
I'm gonna light it in the box so there's no
It looks like you got a hole in the box of your pizza delivery man. Bro, I think this energy, my cigar's going out. You're affecting me.
I'm so sorry, Richie.
Bro,
I'll get off. Someone who can light cigars can
No,
come
no,
on.
I don't want you to get off, bro. Don't quit. Don't quit.
I can't even get the lighter to strike. I just changed
Oh,
the flip.
God. Oh, you're contagious. It's contagious. It's COVID 3.0.
Oh, my God. What's going on?
Oh,
what in the world?
What are you doing to Richie? You're killing me. You made my cigar go out.
Dude, I got this. Look, I've been trying to get it down to a science for like months. And yeah, Sako's on the got the binocular. Dude, what in the fuck is going on?
All right, take it easy. Take a deep breath.
All right, okay. All right.
If you got to don't get a cigar not in that 5-pack. Okay.
No, this isn't from the 5-pack. This I have separately in a 62 bag. So this should be fine. I do purge the lighter before I didn't use the humidimeter on this, but this was in a bag with a bunch of stuff that was all at 65.
Bro,
The other one was at 69.
My reality, it's almost like the most basic thing is not even working. So now everything else you're like wondering, you know. Well, this
Get
is
a bigger torch. I can get a bigger torch. I have a 4 torch. Do you think that would help, Jason?
Well, I don't think it's the torch. I don't know what's wrong with the cigars.
No, I mean, this one's fine. This one's fine, I think, but we'll see.
You're not gonna puff on it yet?
I don't puff on them at all. I find that if you don't puff on them, you get a better. This is a disaster. The lighter's not even working. This is unbelievable. I've never. I swear. I feel like a guy with ED. I swear I've never had this problem before.
Bro, I don't know what's going on right now. I think someone's putting a hex on you. Okay, you need a, you know,
It must be Geo, man.
You need to have someone come over and bless your house.
I'm gonna just use the torch. Fuck it. I'm over this. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna do it the way that I know how to do it.
Welcome to Richie's show. Tonight is amateur night.
Fair enough, man. So anyway, this is hilarious. Like, okay, the topic we were discussing is funny in context of like how bad I'm feeling. But I guess it's like, look, man, look, I'm just not built to smoke cigars, so like I shouldn't pretend like I am. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just I'm never gonna get it to work. I'm gonna ruin some cigars. I'm gonna not be able to light other cigars. Some cigars the lighter would just not work at all. Then I'm gonna try soft gentle heat. Then I'm gonna burn it with soft gentle heat. There's no winning.
I think you're ready. I don't think you need more fire. Stop puffing on that shit.
Hold on. Almost there.
I think that guy's talking about using 3 matches to light a cigar. Some people say you need 3 matches. You know, you toast it, and I don't know if you puff.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna have their own ritual. but generally you get the cigar lit.
Ah, shit. Dude, this is a disaster, man. This is incredible. All right.
I think it's ready. If anything, this is good comic relief. I didn't expect this to happen.
And these are some of my favorites too. So I'm just burning through. I'm gonna burn through my whole stock of Monte Cristo.
Yeah, bro. Dude? I've never had a burn or a draw issue with Altatus Monte Cristos. They're fantastic. I don't know what's going on, bro.
Oh, it's nothing to do with the cigar. It's everything to do with me.
Are you good?
Delicious.
Emotional damage. He said, Big D. Firm said, Big D, don't let PG pick your lotto numbers tonight. No way, bro. Right now, bro, bro. No, man. I played $50 scratch offs. The
I could
$50.
I could I could tell you some numbers and just don't pick those numbers. Whatever you don't pick, you know what I mean? You pick the opposite.
He said, "How long does it take to line up a bunch of leaves today?" He said, 62 minutes. No pressure. Dude, you're right though. This has got to be a world record. That was dude. You got to go in the Guinness Book of Records. That was the longest cigar light I've ever seen in my life. God bless.
Firm, I do have a humidimeter. I just didn't check it on this one. In a Boveda bag with 65, it should be pretty consistent. And this one seems to be going fine.
Yeah, bro, honestly, you made me so nervous. It was like it's almost like maybe did something change in reality? Okay, how about this? What if everyone's cigars that they had couldn't light? What if cigars ended tonight? Like you had the cigars, but they wouldn't stay lit. That would be the scariest thing, right?
Global humidification. Suddenly, everything's over 100% humidity.
No, what if the Chinese released some type of tobacco EMP, a tobacco electromagnetic device, and
What they could do is they could super humidify everything. Everything there's some sort of new level of saturation. Just everything's at that. He says you have to put the other end in your mouth. With the humidimeter, Jason?
yeah, he said learn history. It is considered unlucky to light three smokes with one match. Next, I'll tell you what, guys. Listen, I mean, you do whatever you want. I don't care if you rub two sticks together in a rock and you light your cigar. I don't give a shit. I don't care if you fart onto a match with hairspray and you light your cigar with a flame. Whatever you got to do, you got to do.
I'm getting good smoke now, though. I guess that other one was kind of conservative. Anyway, so what I was trying to say, again, ironically.
Oh, well, we're going back. We're going back to the original conversation.
Oh,
Like
we don't have to. No, fuck it.
no. I want to. I just forgot I forgot what I was doing. I forgot my name. I forgot whose car this is. You know.
Yeah, I forgot how to. I really can't. Look at this. What is this?
Bro, here.
What is this?
Bro, I got a 50-cent solution. Ready? Do you have 50 cents?
Dude,
Matches.
this thing has been amazing. Jokes aside, this has been excellent for me all the way up until now. I'll just switch the flint out again. I think I might have put it. Maybe I put it wrong, or this one was buggy because I just switched the flint, and the last flint was going fine. I just noticed it was kind of low.
Bro, I just had an awesome idea for
Yeah,
a cowboy themed cigar lounge. You want to hear it?
yeah. Go ahead.
Flint Eastwood. Right? And it would have nothing but pictures of Clint Eastwood movies and Dirty Harry. Wouldn't that be a good idea?
Yeah, yeah. That'd be good. That'd be good. I think it's a little off. You know what I mean? It's not totally. It doesn't totally make sense. How do I put this? It's not a slam dunk. Do you know what I mean? It's not totally straightforward. So
I know it's not as good as your lighting cigar skills.
I think in order to make it perfect, you just really got to commit to it. I think if everybody acts like it was right on, that would be hilarious. People would be like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "You don't get it? Flint Eastwood, Cigar Lounge, Flint Eastwood. You don't get it? What do you mean?"
Yeah, I think it'd be a good line of cigars. We could have a cigar called the 44 Magnum after the dirt of the gun, or a cigar called the Model 29 after the name of the gun. Um, a cigar called Make My Day. You know,
Nice. So all I was trying to say was, I think once you I guess it's like play your role, right? Like if you can be contented in the role that you have and just do it, no problem, But if you're always trying to be something that you're not, or you're trying to move outside of what you're comfortable in, I'm not saying never go outside your comfort zone, but it's just you're gonna have to work so much harder. Does that make sense?
mm, mm. Let's see. Some of the comments, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure what's going on. He says, I have to say, I don't condone lighting your cigars with fecal matter fart flavor. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. But if you like Drew Estate, you can infuse. It's a cigar infusing. You know what I'm saying though? It's a methane infused cigar. Get with the program. Yeah, fistful of Davidoff. I like it. I like it. I like it. We'll get back to what you're talking about though. So, okay, when those thoughts happen, I think you need to respond to them, but you got to respond to them to what you want. If it's something you don't like, I think you need to respond to those thoughts and tell them to get out of here. You know
Well,
what
I was having a really nice walk where everything seemed fine. Everything seemed good because I realized I'm happy being myself. You know, I think other people want a lot. You know, people want things, and then if you start to project what they want and say, "Oh well, I should want them too," I think that's the biggest problem.
Let's be content. You want to know my theory in life? Um, there's external and internal.
Yeah,
You only yourself, so it's internal, meaning whether things around you are going great, and that's where you can get delusioned because you might think, oh, it's always going to be this great. Or whether things are going bad, that's where you can get real depressed because you think they're always going to be this bad. I think whether things are going great or bad, it's just choosing to be happy, choosing to get through it.
that's not for you. That's for Jason. Yeah, continue.
Does that make any sense? Whether things are going great or bad, realizing either of these times are not going to last. And the reality is controlling your mind, saying, hey, you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days, just get through them. When things go bad, when things get tough, the tough get going. And when things get good, enjoy them, but also reflect that, hey, bad times could come back. Or, you know what I'm saying, though? You could have bad times and good times in the same day. Do you ever have a day and have some good things happen and some bad things? It is what it is. But it's like poker, not to be controlled, you know,
Poker's
but
not to be controlled.
not to be controlled by what the cards come out.
Oh, I see what you mean.
If you're bluffing, you can't be controlled by those cards because you're literally like, in that
Well,
case, you're being super confident, and your confidence is so secure. People believe that you have something that you don't. But
I think you're if you're bluffing a trying to represent a couple aces, if you're trying to represent a set of aces on the flop or something like that, I don't know, and everything, and then the rest, everything just comes diamonds, like that's going to weaken your bluff. You know what I mean?
but yeah, but it might get the guy to fold though. So winning on a bluff is like the most prosperous win because
Right.
you shouldn't even been there, but your balls got you through. You
Richie,
know what I'm saying?
it just got good. It just everything finally worked out.
I
Like you
want
said, just keep
to
going.
congratulate you on smoking a cigar. I'm proud of you. This has been the most unique video to date. I've never seen the most basic thing go wrong so hard that it almost I thought you were gonna be able to have a cigar.
Me too. And you know what? What's crazy is I smoke in much worse wind than this. I smoke in much worse humidity than this. It's honestly like it's the perfect evening to smoke a cigar, and I still just couldn't get it right. I don't know what happened.
Mhm. People are betting your cigar is gonna go out again. You get see you get some
Yeah,
people that believe in you, some people that don't believe in you. That's okay. That's life, and that's the other thing too. You understand it's kind of like a bird shitting on you or a rabbit going in your garden and eating some of your fruits. When things are good, some people might try to take it that don't deserve it, or people might get jealous of you. And then when things are bad, they're happy because they feel that they're better than you. So either way, you know what I'm saying? Though you can't control what other people do.
I like Goody's point that everybody's competing to look like they're better off than the next guy. It's all for showing off to others. And I think there's a lot of that. And I think it's there's so much of that where people want something or they're showing off something. But if you think about it, at the end of the day, what's most important, right? And what's most important is like you said, you keep moving and you're good with what you did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's most important in life is surviving, and then you get to have another day tomorrow, and then surviving that day, and you get to have another day tomorrow.
I think we can hope for more than that. I think we're lucky. I think we're in a time where we get to hope for more. Um, but I don't think we can ever hope for something unrealistic. You know what I mean? I
But
think
no,
we can hope to do our best.
what's more than surviving though? Why is it better
Um,
to be dead or
I
pouring life?
think
I'm just
contributing. You
no,
know?
what I'm just saying is what I mean by surviving, meaning whatever you're doing, you go, oh, I had a bad day. Yeah, but you made it through. Are you alive? Did you
Yeah.
die? All right. Yeah, like just I think our society now we're we're much mentally softer. Um, you know what I'm saying though, and because we rely too much on machines, rely too much on computers or whatever, and it's more complicated because we think we know more. We actually know more less in a sense, in my opinion. We just rely on other things. Um, you look at like my father's generation or my grandfather's generation. Simple guys, but tougher than a bag of fucking rocks. Like you couldn't break those guys. You couldn't, you know what I'm saying though? You couldn't break those guys. They just went out, and they got through it, they did what they had to do and provide for their fucking family.
Yeah.
They didn't second guess it. Balls.
But I think it's like they're doing the best they can in their situation, and I think that's the thing. I think with social media and the way that media in general has gone, I think people want more than they will get. I think that's the big problem that I'm seeing is sometimes people.
I think most people are fucking delusional. Let's go with women. Most women think they want 6'6". They want a 6 foot guy over a 6 inch dick, and they want a guy with making over six figures. And the chances of that happening, for especially most of these women that are going to end up with 2 or 3 kids with no father in the picture, and you think some guy who's making 200 grand, who's 6 feet tall with a six pack and a over, an over average dick, you think he's going to choose you? He could choose any of them. So you have most women trying to get with the smallest percentage of men, whereas they could get a regular guy, let's say a regular working guy, who would be loyal, faithful, and loyal to her. But they want something. You know what I'm saying? Though I think it's because they're growing up with all these Disney movies. You're gonna marry a princess.
That's what I'm saying. The
You're gonna
Disney.
marry a
I'm not.
prince.
I'm not saying women specifically at all. I'm just
No,
saying.
that is an
But
example.
I think that's a.
And then on the other side, you can talk about guys. Every guy, might think, he's going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, or they're going to be this, or they're going to be, whatever,
I
whatever.
remember I was dating a girl, and she would think about like what she wanted her dream home to be like, and She didn't put terrible pressure on me about it or anything like that. Um, and I'm not criticizing her for anything specifically in this instance. I'm just saying she would think about that, like, oh, what would my perfect home be? What would my ideal home be like? Is it over a cliff? Like, you know what I mean? Is it all modern? Like all this. And I'm not saying that's even a bad exercise because you can learn about your own taste, but I think you know aiming too high is almost a problem. That sounds so depressing.
No,
But
but I'm
you
saying in that situation, okay, let's say with that girl, was she trying to get in that house by earning it, or just marrying someone and hoping they give it to them?
oh no, she was extremely entrepreneurial.
Okay, so
She's a
when
medical
earn,
resident.
people
She's a doctor. What'd you say?
there's nothing stopping anyone from, especially in America, you could work it. You
Sure,
could work 24 hours a day, and you could get to any level you want to
sure.
if you put your mind to it. But most people
But
want to
yeah,
bare minimum 5 days a week, and they're like, oh, how come I don't have a gigantic house? Well, you're
yeah.
working 35 hours at a minimum wage job. You know what I'm saying though? Uh,
No, and like
You
I said,
you could work two full time minimum wage jobs, save half that money from the one job, and then eventually start your own company or invest or whatever. You know what I'm saying though? But it's that initial part of getting out of that comfort zone. There's no. You know what happens to lobsters when they reach full potential? They can't fit in their shell no more. They have to hide for a time because they have to release their old shell, so that way they can grow a bigger shell, so that way they can get bigger. Does that make any sense? So just like in life, you might have to pull away from your friends for a year, not go out to bars, not partying, not chasing women, and for a year invest in yourself. But just working two jobs, and then after that year, then you can work one job, but you're so ahead of your bills and so ahead of life. You know what I'm saying? No, but most people, you get what I'm trying to say? They want this. They want C, but it's A plus B equals C. They
right,
don't want to do A plus B. They
right,
don't want, do you know what I'm talking about? To
totally.
get up, they have
No,
to
no,
go
I
box.
I totally get what you're saying. And in this instance, I just want to say for the record, this girl was extremely hardworking, worked to be a doctor, also entrepreneurial on the side. Like I remember one time, I don't know, I was helping her with some stuff that she was doing with her business, but it was crazy. Like I was just helping her out, but like we were doing like 12-hour days. This was just for a week. It was cool. I was happy to help her, but it was intense. Like she worked in a very intense way. She worked at a high pace. She did put in the hours. I'm not saying she didn't put in the hours,
I'm not
but
saying that either. I was just talking about in general for everyone, man and woman. That's all I'm saying, though. You know,
but what I want to say is it's not just about. It's like what FXDFNY said. Um,
I
he
just
said,
say FDNY makes it easier.
what did he say?
I just say FDNY makes it easier.
Okay, FDNY. He said that's the downside to unprecedented access to information we have. Earlier generations knew what they lived. It made even lofty goals more realistic, and that's really just the point I'm trying to bring up. Um, even like you can work for a goal, and that's great, but also I think you do that. Imagine doing that. Imagine doing everything you have to do to reach that level, right? Like, are you going to be happy? Are you going to be well balanced at that
But
point?
when you say level, like I said, you can't get to level 7 till you master level 1. When my grandfather came here, he had almost no money, 2 kids, but he
Mhm.
busted his ass. And know what he was content with? He said,
Right.
I can't believe we get to have roast beef every day. That was his level of luxury. And all the extra money, they saved it. And when they retired, they bought land in Long Island in cash. They bought a Cadillac in cash. They made a house, they built it in cash. They had a house in Florida, a house in Italy. But how did they get there? Well, they busted their ass, and their level of expectation was, I am happy to have an apartment, very small, and I'm happy to have a toilet bowl. I'm happy to have a refrigerator with food, but the other money going in the bank. And yeah, later on, they have all those luxuries. But you know, so nobody wants to work hard and save their money. They just want to, oh, I want to be here. You know what I'm saying? There has to be a phase of, you could say suffering, but it's really not suffering. You could, you know what I'm saying? No, like if you work two jobs, you're gonna have food and you'll be able to save money. What's wrong with that? Nah, but I want to. You know what I'm saying? No, it's,
Yeah.
and you're right as far as society. But he grew up in such poverty, so for him, for his kids to eat and go to school and have Sunday off to go to church and watch wrestling on TV, he couldn't believe it. He's like, wow. And then when he went to the bank, the money was still there. He's like, wow. Wow, you know what I'm saying? Though he couldn't believe it. It was a stable country. Because Italy after
Right.
II was blown to shit, and it was not even safe. And so that's what I'm trying to say is like hard times create hard people, because only the hard ones are going to survive. If you were weak during my grandparents' time, you died. You didn't survive. If
Right.
literally, you know that phrase, if you don't work, you don't eat, you die. So now you don't have to work. You get to eat. So now we have a whole bunch of soft motherfuckers that are surviving and breeding, making more softer motherfuckers. You know
Yeah.
what I think that should happen instead of prison? You go work at Amazon 18 hours a day for no money, 7 days a week. In fact, 8 days a week. I would make a new calendar for people in prison working at Amazon with 8 fucking days. And even though it's the same thing, it's just so they know that there's 2 Mondays. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. I skipped the fucking. I'm fucking it up. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You're working 8 days a week, cocksucker.
You want to
For
fuck with people? It's always Monday or Wednesday. How about that?
There you go. Oh yeah. Monday, Wednesday, Monday. Yeah, hump day. Shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to say is though, that would be the worst person in the world. 18-hour shifts. 18-hour shifts. Even worse, a 9-hour shift. You get 2 hours off. No, hold on. A 9-hour shift, you get 3 hours off, and then a 9-hour shift, and you get 3 hours off. What a terrible life. You're sleeping in at best 2 hours. What a you would leave that program and never commit crime again. You get what I'm saying though?
What do you think? 9 hour. It's Monday. 9 hour shift. 3 hours off. It's Wednesday. 9 hour shift. 3 hours off. It's Monday.
No, but
Just the
you gotta work 18 hours a day. I'm saying, not 9. 18 hours a day, motherfucker.
got you.
That's real. That would be some suffering. But we learned about. I tell you what. Would you ever want to go back to prison? Would you ever want to go back to Amazon like that?
F FD. No, I mean I wouldn't want to go to prison as it is. I wouldn't. I mean, look at me. That's what I'm saying about accepting myself. You think I do well in prison? Like,
No, I don't. I gotta be honest, bro. You're an intellectual guy. I don't think you're not cut for prison.
I'd
You
be
know.
like, why isn't this shiv working?
Yeah.
Why
You're
isn't this
like, hey, hold on. This rice doesn't taste right. Are you gonna make? Would you make eggs? These eggs are hard boiled. What is?
Goody makes a good point. He says now instead of aspiring to be scientists, kids want to be influencers or athletes. Yeah. Chewy says there's no couches in prison, PG. Yeah, not
Yeah,
the couch you want.
that's a true statement. That's a true statement. That's a true statement, man. This cigar is fantastic. I love this cigar. Like my opinion, I think it deserves at least a 4.5, maybe 4.6. I enjoy it so much. The price point's on point. I can get it even cheaper on the internet. It's so delicious. Just enough strength, but a long finish. Um, Tons of flavor. Every time I feel my tongue, I can still taste the cigar. Um, I really respect this stick, and I just want to put it out there that the classic Monte Cristo line, I'm sorry, not classic, because you're gonna think the yellow one, but the original one, um, is phenomenal. Um, and how much are you getting those 5 packs for?
You can get the five. I most recently bought a 5 pack for. I'm gonna touch it up because one part's not burning, but overall it is burning. But oh, of course I can't touch it up because my lighter doesn't work. Hold on.
Who says
I've
I'm?
been
What do you mean? I'm getting a bad connection? Hold on a second.
what? No, I can hear you just fine.
Connected.
I you. I mean, to me you're just fine. But the 5 packs you can get. I think you can get them for like around 13 to 15 bucks. Like 15 bucks on CBID pretty regularly. Oh, you're lagging. Is that me lagging or Richie lagging?
Well, I think because I just get. What you need to do is turn your camera to the other way and turn it back. You know what I'm talking about?
Me? No, no. It's all good now. It hasn't been lagging. It's been perfectly good. Um, what was I saying? Oh, I was saying, yeah, you can get them for like $15, which to me I think is a steal. At $3 a stick, I mean, why would you smoke? I mean, there's other cigars you'd want to smoke, but
No, but it's a great part to enhance the collection.
yeah,
And like I said, I'd have no problem smoking this after work. I'm not saying I want to smoke the same cigar forever, but if I had to, or just adding this, I could have this once or twice a week and have a great time, man. And like I said, it's strong enough at nighttime to where I'm still gonna have a good time, but I can still have this after breakfast. You know what I'm saying? Though it's not, when it went out.
no, I'm just touching at one part that wasn't burning. I really haven't struggled with this.
I think somehow the energy you're putting out is affecting my cigar. Maybe because I'm not smoking it enough because I can't believe what's going on, and then my cigar's going out. Like I'm getting you have affected your vibrations have affected.
I'm
Oh,
glad.
put the box over your head. Put the box over your head. It looks like you're working on a diorama. Put the box over your head.
I'm glad I didn't take Jason's bet, man. That's all I can say. Um, I was so excited to smoke the cigar with you because it's one of my favorites, and it's one that you had recommended, and I'm just having a tremendous time, just tremendous
Bro,
difficulty.
you're affecting me, bro. You're affecting me. Like every time I smoke this, I smoke it like down to the nut, and like it's the first time I had to touch up or relight it. I don't know what like juju energy, like like where they go like bad juju, like bad
Yeah,
like all that like like a witch doctor, like bad. I don't know what's going on, man.
night of the night of the Monte Cristo, dude.
I don't know what you did to me. What did you do, bro? Can you imagine after this if I can never grow ash again? If you jinxed me?
Like the opposite of Ash God.
Yeah, what if Richie becomes a joke? Richie's got the short ash.
PG is losing to a tobacco leaf. Yeah, fair enough.
Bro, you hurt me today, bro.
I'm sorry, man.
No, don't be sorry. Own it. Own it. Nobody cares. Good night, bad night, we get through it. It is what it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? Though sometimes you're the shovel, sometimes you're the dirt. Today, we're the dirt. We're the dirt today.
Yeah. Some competing channel put a hex on the show. Who do you guys think it might have been?
I
What's
don't
your?
know. Who was the guy somebody said mentioned my name on his show?
Oh yeah,
Which guy?
yeah. I'm not sure.
Somebody said somebody says he likes my show, but I'm crazy. Who said that?
Everybody who watches your show.
You're a funny fucking guy.
How about now?
No, who was it? Who was
Yeah,
it?
James Warren Motors says 1 million touch-ups. Yeah,
Yeah. Who was
yeah.
it? Yeah, bro. Tonight was brought to you by bro. Which guy was it? Was it the was it 60? Nah. I think the 60-second guy, I've never seen him mention anyone else. I don't want to say he's just all about himself, but no, I'll let you guys decide. But you know what I'm saying? They're like, you know, he's in his
That's a
own
hard.
world.
Yeah, yeah. He's all about. Dude, yeah. That guy's he's got his own mythology. I feel like you know what I mean. Like the cigars he thinks are the best, and
Yeah, I mean, that's his business, and what's funny is he has stuff on one extreme end, and he goes out of his way to hate like Opus, which is unbelievable, and then stuff he'll be pushing a $6 cigar that is
to
the
to
greatest thing in the world.
to his credit, he smoked the Dubai. He smoked the Dubai and said that it was. I think he said it was one of the best opuses he'd smoked. And he said, for the people who can get it, he said, I don't know who's going to be able to get it, but if you can get it, smoke it. So,
Yeah, but that doesn't reprieve him of all the disrespect. And every guy that likes an Opus or Fuente is a Fuente fanboy. Like Fuente's on such a level, just like with David or Padron. If you like them, you're not a fanboy. You like them because it's like saying Ferrari. Whether you like Lamborghini or Ferrari, one of the. It's
yeah,
not like you're gonna go, well, Lamborghini's the best and Ferrari sucks. Dude, they're all great. I'll take either one. You know what I'm saying though? Like, I mean, for God's sakes, you know what I'm saying though?
yeah. The comments are going off, dude.
He said Monte Cristo factory defect. Yeah. How about a new cigar? The Monte Cristo factory defectors.
Um,
That's some funny shit.
FDNY had said something that I wanted to bring up. He said, not to get on my union soapbox, but that was decimated for decades, hence the resurgence of union membership over the last few years. People are waking up to the fact that they've been fucked. Okay, that wasn't what I was expecting it to say. Um, yeah, I don't know.
I didn't even see that one. There's been a lot of comments. Oh, he asked about the Master Blends 3. Yeah, if you like a heavy, dark, strong cigar, simplistic, a lot of earth, and a lot of black pepper, and it's inexpensive, it could fit someone's role. But then he said, do I got any recommendations for a more refined version of it? I mean, it, to say you like the cigar, or you don't like it, or you like aspects of it, but you want a more refined version. There's no Master Blends 5 where it has more age on it. If you want to stick with Oliva, the V, but the V is a totally different cigar, unless you go with the V Maduro, which I think has a San Andreas wrapper. But even then, the Master Blends is a broadleaf wrapper, right? But it's a very young cigar. If you want a broadleaf wrapper that's smoother than a Master Blends 3, but not that much more expensive, I would go with 601 Box Press Maduro. The 601 Box Press Maduro might be $7 or $8, and it to me, it's not harsh at all. Have you had the 601?
No, that was what I was saying. I pulled it out, but Firm said I may not be a fan of it. I haven't had the Master Blends 3. I could put this out and go smoke a Master Blends 3 right now and fail
Bro,
lighting that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just
you're
kidding.
changing cigars like my girlfriend changes dresses. Like she'll start getting ready 2 hours before me, before we go out to dinner, and I'll sit back and she'll change her clothes 3 fucking times. Like she'll be dressed and she'll go in the bathroom and come out in just a bra and a thong and go to the bedroom and then come out in another dress. I'm like, what happened? Like only if I'm Italian, only when you're whacking people are you changing clothes that much. You know what I'm saying though? Like we got to get out of these clothes right now. Put them in the bag. You know what I'm saying? The shoes too. Throw the fucking shoes in the bag. I like these shoes. They got DNA. You ever hear of that, you son of a bitch? Like when Italian men change their clothes 3 times in an hour, it's what they whack 2 people. But my girlfriend, we're going to fucking Applebee's. Oh, change the thong. Why? Why?
She needs the thong with the apple on the front.
Hey, you don't talk about my girlfriend's thongs, all right, motherfucker? I'm just
I'm
busting.
talking about fashion. I'm talking about
I know.
fashion.
I'll
I'm talking
bust you.
about fashion.
I'll bust you a ball. See, you went a little busted there. Remember we talked about before. I thought you want the moment you want to play with Richie would come out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Nice try, Richie. I don't have a girlfriend.
It's,
I
oh,
just
now
kidding.
you make me feel bad.
I,
All right. Well, if you don't have a girlfriend though, you also don't have any problems. You think living with a woman is problem free? I mean, yeah, it's nice we split the rent, and last night she played the trombone. But so what? You think there's no trouble? There's a lot of trouble. You
I
should
was
feel
gonna.
me, okay?
Have you noticed? Have you noticed some girls? Girls will always be like, "I miss my long hair." Have
For
you
the
noticed?
for the
Okay.
record, I don't notice any girls. I only notice women 18 and over.
Of course. Of course.
No, I
I
know,
don't.
but that phrase "girls" could also obviously where you're applying to women. But for the record, a girl, you get what I'm saying, though.
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
No, no,
No.
no. I'm just saying so my response, so people know. I understood what you meant by saying the word "girl." It's like there's strip clubs called "girls, girls, girls," but obviously it should be called "women, women, women" because they couldn't hire girls, girls, girls because they'd be arrested and go to federal prison.
That's true. That's
Anyways,
fine. I wonder how many pedos have walked into a girls and go, "The fuck is this?"
yes, I think or like that song, "Girls Just Wanna Have Fun." You see Richie come out. We got to change this. It's women over 18 want to have fun. What the fuck is this? So like it doesn't sound as catchy. Doesn't
Adult
matter.
women. Yeah.
Yeah. People of legal voting age want to have fun. You know,
And honestly, of both genders, I think we should include both genders. But if you really need to specify, I mean, we'll go for it. But I recommend.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's gonna be a new song instead of girls who want to have fun. Men and women and cisgendered women and they go on the list want to have fun. You're like, holy shit, this song 18 minutes long.
That's the PG lighting of songs.
Yeah, you got the Billy Joel song. She's always a woman to me. She gets. He's always a woman to me. And they're gonna make a new version. He's always a woman to me. He's always a woman to me.
Can you?
He has to stand up to pee. He said, da 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 da
But
da.
imagine a person who was a woman and transitions to being a man. I mean, how hurtful would that be? It's like they can't do anything.
You know my feeling on that. If you're born a woman or born a man, you will die a woman or die a man. You could pretend, you could mutilate. It's literally mutilation. Men, I've done research on it. Men that transition to get a vagina, what they do is they cut their penis and they reverse it and they stuff it back inside of them. They have an inverse penis. They don't have a vagina. And then they have to use plastic inserts and they can have a variable size vagina. They have different inserts for different, so you could choose your size of the hole. But in reality, it's just a gaping wound that never heals. And if it heals, then that means it closes. But then how do you pee? So
So
if,
you
you,
could be
if
like,
you're a man and you want to become a woman, just put on a dress and keep your junk and just be a chick with a dick, and that way you could function. And that's the better route to go. I'm not
but
saying
you're saying you could choose the size. So sometimes you might be going out with a guy and you're like, I feel like this guy would appreciate me more if I was more conservative, or
well,
you know,
imagine
I was
imagine
more.
that girl goes home with the guy and she sees his junk and she's like, "Hold on, I gotta go change my vagina." I mean, it's a real problem.
She goes, oh shit, I'm gonna need a bigger vagina for this.
Yeah, they're gonna have the movie Jaws. We're gonna need a bigger vagina. He said, "Yeah, um, it's a crazy world, my friend. You change the size, you change the blend."
Let's see what the comments are saying. Grand Canyon special. Oh, I'm not gonna read these comments. Actually, I take it back. I'm not reading these out loud.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, Ferminator's smoking the 601 Blue now. Ferminator's the man. Like, dude, we're talking about it, and Ferminator's like, dude, he just summoned that cigar. That guy, bro, he has the most selection, bro. That guy's crazy, man. I love it. I love it.
He's the man. Firm. Did you smoke the Cameroon? How was that? Did he say how that was? That one I'm really excited about because that's one of the only cigars that I would. I mean, this is another one, but I would always recommend the Cameroon. I think it's just a beautiful medium.
Which one?
The Cameroon cabinet, the LFD.
Yeah, it's a great cigar.
Dude,
It's
I told him I like that cigar. He bought it in the Lancero, in the number one, and in the Chisel. That guy's a man, dude.
yeah, dude. If we ever get a chance to hang out with the whole crew, it would be a lot of fun for each different reason.
Yeah,
I'm saying to hang out with all you guys at Sacco's house would be a great time.
yeah, definitely. So what we're saying?
We were
Oh yeah,
talking
so
about Aretha
was
Franklin. He said Aretha Franklin. That's hysterical. You know,
man, I feel so bad for this cigar. I do get. Do you get any graham cracker off it? Because I kind of get a little graham cracker. I
it
get.
does it does happen, as it goes on, I get some caramel too. It's really tasty cigar.
I
But I'm
like.
almost done with my cigar because you went through like for box.
I went. I wanted to say earlier. You said that there was a little bit of earth. I like that. There's a bit of cedar. There's a bit of earth, and
Definitely,
it just. It pins the cigar down. You know what I mean? It's not like wandering
you'd have
as it
to
was.
watch one of my videos where I'm just really reviewing it. Because honestly, tonight I'm not gonna review this. And tonight you blew my mind watching you light a cigar for 1 hour. I've never I've never seen that happen before.
It was a homage to the old shows, you know, the old reviews where you wouldn't light up the cigar for the first 10 minutes. I was saying, well, what if I start by lighting up the cigar, but I just light it for 10 minutes? It was a little remix.
I don't know, man. Um, what would be a worse nightmare? You woke up and all your cigars, the cap was cut, and somebody like put them in their mouth, or all your cigars were lit, but they didn't light them, like they just toasted it and then put them back. What would be worse? Think about it. What's worse? What's
I
worse?
think it's worse if they put it in their mouth. Because look, you go back and you store those cigars for another year. Now they're all moldy on the foot because some guy slobbered on them. I don't know.
Yeah, but you gotta say you could cut that part, like cut an inch off,
Okay.
and it wasn't lit. But what's lit, and then you left it, it's gonna have a weird burnt taste.
You mean it was really lit? I thought they just toasted a little bit.
But that's still lit. You know what I'm saying though? If you toasted it and put a cigar down and came back tomorrow, that cigar's gonna be fucked up.
I think it's two different ways to throw out your entire cigar collection. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think they're both bad. But no, what's funny though? You want to hear something crazy? Guys, like for example, if we're hanging out and you say your cigar is great, I would never say, "Oh, let me try some," and like try your cigar, right? Why? Why is the answer though? Because you put it in your mouth, right? Now here's the thing: how many guys here are married to virgins? No one. So every guy is with the woman somebody else fucked and she sucked. So, but you just didn't see it happen. But if you're with a girl who's been with other men, and I guarantee in America it happened, like whether your girl's been with 3 guys, 5 guys, 10 guys before she met you, right? Those are low numbers. That girl has kissed other guys. That girl has,
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't exist in that girl.
Oh, that's not true. STDs and also if
Well,
he
okay,
if he's dumping loads, it literally changes her DNA. His DNA is now part of her DNA. I'm being dead serious, and it can affect your children. I'm being dead serious. There's a word in the Bible called and defiled the woman. Think of the word defiled. Like if you have a computer and you defiled it, you know what I'm saying? No, you change the files. It's a different encryption. You know what I'm saying? And generally, a woman that's been with more men, they start acting more masculine. You know what I'm saying? No,
I haven't noticed any of that.
you haven't thought about it. Wait till you get to your 30s and you see a girl that's been with 100 guys.
I mean, I feel like sometimes a girl that is more comfortable around men might end up being with more men. Because I think there's a division between the sexes just on based on culture. But
I think it comes down to being content. They always feel like some other guy's going to give them a better life. And all that's happening is they're getting older and older, and they're getting more and more guys. And no guy wants to marry a girl, a woman, I'm sorry, that's been with tons of guys and has all those one night stands and possibly diseases, and she's beat up. And because then the more guys she's been with, why would she be loyal to you? All of a sudden, you're the one. And then now, in the back of mind, she's just, I can go get another guy. Or either it's not about money or but get a better guy. She'll go get another guy that's better in the sheets, or just not you. She's just mad at you today, and she decides to fuck another guy. I think past behavior really predicts future behavior. Um,
I think you do make a good point there. I
what I'm
think
trying to say is, why do guys kiss and bang women that have been with other guys, but you wouldn't share another guy's cigar? You get what I'm saying? Why? Because you could see it right now in the moment. Just like you wouldn't want to see your wife bang another guy. But if you marry a woman that's been with 10 guys before you, what's the difference?
if
Do you get
if
what I'm trying to say, though? You could
I
say, well,
wouldn't,
no, there's been some time between she slept with them. Oh,
yeah,
so somehow another man's penis, if it was 6 months before you met this girl, that you get what I'm trying. Basically, you're only 6 months away from that guy's dick. That's what I'm
but
trying to
if
say.
but if a girl if any person okay, if any person eats onions, you're gonna taste onions in their mouth, right? But you're gonna wake up if you wake up in a week, do you still taste onions?
You're missing my point. There was a reason why men married virgins back in the day. Because that
Because
way woman
because they were
that
extreme
woman wasn't that
homophobes.
woman
No, go
wasn't
ahead.
defiled. That woman wasn't defiled with a bunch of other men. I'm being dead serious.
I'm not convinced.
The sex was more sacred back then
I'm not
because
convinced that it makes any physical change. I will give you though. I do think you make a good point about. I think if a person has a lot
If
of
it
partners,
doesn't make a chance, why isn't everyone just marrying porn stars? She's been with 3,000 guys. Do you think that's marriage material? Do you want that woman to raise your children? Even if she had no STDs somehow. Yeah, right. But you know what I'm saying, though? You think you want that?
well, okay,
So
what
what's
I'm trying.
acceptable? Is it 300? Is it 30? Is it 50? Okay, let's just say right now, I give you a choice of 5 women that look the same. And one's been with 10, other one 100, other one 1,000, et cetera, higher and higher. Which one are you choosing?
Probably depends on the personality.
Which one are you choosing?
I think look at a certain
Which one are you
hold
choosing?
on, at a certain threshold. At a certain threshold, I think you would probably have that problem like you were talking about. If somebody's had too many partners, how are they going to? How are you? How are you going to be content with somebody if you've had? If you let's say you could freeze time and have 1,000 relationships. I'm not talking about just sleeping with somebody. I'm saying 1,000 1-year relationships. Okay, how? Excuse me. How could you then settle for one? Maybe you meet one person, you're like, this is it. But also, like you said, maybe you have a habit of moving on from relationships. So that would be my biggest concern.
When women sleep with a lot of men, they can't bond. It's called power bonding. And it's a different for a guy. Okay? It really is a different. A guy that can get a lot of women is the man. A one woman that could get a lot of man is a skank, is a slut.
But
No, you know what I'm saying though? Like for men, getting women's like hunting, like another trophy on the wall.
but
Wow, this
you
guy's a
but
master hunter.
but that's from our culture. Let me
No,
ask you.
that's from reality.
You know what? No, no, no.
That,
Hold on.
dude, all like, if you look at like kings and conquerors, they had concubines and 1,000 wives, and and that one man could change and have 1,000 children and create a whole almost new race of people.
Well, that's true.
But
I think
one woman sleeping with 1,000 guys. Oh
no.
my!
Historically, if you're having sex to procreate, then I mean, if you could have it any way, you'd want unlimited women and like one guy if you're that guy because then you can procreate way more. But if you have
Because
more men
that
and your one
woman
woman
give you
doesn't help
a
you.
1,000 different versions of you, your children. But one woman with 1,000 guys. You get what I'm saying though?
But but in our society now, you're not going to have. I know people. Look, I know. So I'm thinking of one person that I know, and that person is. I'm not going to give any information about this person, but this person is middle aged, and that person has had children with 3 different women, and that person has had 5 children, and that person is. I can't imagine like it would be tough to have considerably more relationships with different women. You know what I mean? At that point, like, what are you going to do? Like, beyond, like, realistically, at this point, you're probably going to have a relationship with a woman and have a child with her, or two children, or 4 children, or whatever, right? So I don't think any guys are having 1,000 children among 500 wives these days.
you're missing my point. A woman wants a man for what she could give them, what he can provide. Men want women what they didn't do. Do you see what I'm saying though? Men want women for what they didn't do. Men historically want women for purity because also it comes down to DNA. It also comes down to child rearing that you could guarantee that child's yours. Do you know what I'm saying though?
So okay, historically, I hear you, but now you can DNA test. There are a million things you do. What I don't get is guys will be like,
And that happens. A lot of guys are doing DNA testing and they're finding out the children's not theirs, and the courts still say they got to pay child support. Sometimes in certain states, which is crazy.
well, okay, that's a failing of
The
child.
system. Yeah,
Okay, so let's move away from that for a sec.
yeah.
But I want to say, I've always thought when I was younger, I did have a feeling where I was like, I don't want to be with a girl who's been with a ton of guys, and I don't know why I had that feeling. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I had that feeling for some
No,
reason.
it's right. It's right. It's right.
But what I want to say is
I'm
this.
not talking about a one night stand. you don't care, right? It's like a hotel. You don't care how many people have been in that bed. But in your house, you want to be the only man on that mattress with that girl, right?
Well, look, to me, if I was ever with a girl and she cheated on me, that would be the end of the relationship.
Okay, but let's say this: would you rather have a girl that, well, what is cheating is only somehow in the future? Because if you're with a girl and then next year she cheats on you, you don't want her, right? But if you're with the girl and she doesn't cheat on you, but she slept with 100 guys before you, and a guy right before she met you the night before, that's acceptable. You get what I'm trying to say? Somehow the cock of the past doesn't matter, but somehow the cock of the future matters, right? What's the difference to me? What's the difference?
Because it's about commitment. And if you're not committed to somebody, it doesn't matter.
Well, what makes you think if she had 1,000 cocks before you, your cock is so special? That's it. She said, "Whammy, done. This is the last cock."
Well,
Bullshit.
dude, I mean, I don't mean to brag, but
Yeah. Are you saying you're the last cock standing? You get what I'm trying to say, though? Somehow, guys, for me, the past matters because the past predicts it. Okay, go get a credit score. Go do a background check to buy a gun. Your past matters.
damn, this cigar is good, man. I'm getting that caramel. I'm getting the caramel. Nice. Um. Okay, so here's the thing, right? What I don't get is people be like, "Oh, I don't want a girl that slept with a bunch of guys." Now, I don't want a girl with an STD. That's true. Okay, but nobody should want somebody with an STD, right? That's fair. But what I don't get is people say, "Oh yeah, she's loose. She slept with 50 guys." Okay, what if she slept with 50 guys once? I mean, I don't want to be
There
crass,
is a
but
difference if a girl had one boyfriend for like 5 years than if a girl in 5 years had 50 guys, even one night each. Because each different penis, the vagina conforms to that penis, and with all the different shaped penises, that pussy's gonna get blown out. I can't stress enough. Let alone 50 different DNA samples getting shoved up there. I mean, it affects it. I'm telling you, there's a difference, man. I just can't stress it enough. Like look at it. Look at this historically. Who does better? A couple that stays together, that's married, and spends the rest of their life together. You know, if they're being content and treating each other well, or or a woman that's just, I'm going to be single. I don't need a man, and she's, trust me, it's not a better life. In my opinion, the modern shit they're pushing is actually worse for the woman. Because if a woman's going to be so independent, now she's going to have to pay all her bills, provide for her kids, have her own cars, her own place. Whereas if you live together with the man, you could cohabitate. It's better for the economy if people aren't together. So now
I
both need an
I
apartment.
think I think it's better for everybody to be in a good relationship. Like I think that's ideal. Um, and honestly, not even just for procreation.
That's
Like,
why society, they've crushed the human family, because human family is bad for business and bad for corporations. When you have families separated or destroyed, now daddy needs his own place and mommy needs her own place. Do you see what I'm saying though? And also, and we'll go back to the child support. When the money goes through the child support system and then gets paid to the mother, I believe the federal system, the state gets, they make money off of that. I mean, that's serious. That's why they do that. It's
okay,
profitable, you
but
know.
we've talked about the system before,
Mm.
and if what you say is true, the system's messed up, and I don't
Oh,
disagree
it's,
with that. But but that's not what we're talking about. You know what I mean?
no, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, for example, too, let's say I've seen a lot of these documentaries of women talking about career women, and a lot of these women, they say they're 40 years old, they went to college, they had a career, and they put it above having a family and children because they said, oh, an old school woman that just stays home with the children, that's stupid, or whatever. And meanwhile, the woman that had a career and no kids, women were designed to have children, um, and they feel like they missed out on their life and their purpose, and now they're very depressed because yeah, they have a job and money, but that money and job is not going to visit you when you get older. It's not going to give you grandkids.
I mean, same thing goes for a man, though. You know,
A man with no kids and is much more content. Bro, we can hang out, go bowling. We could go fishing. We could go hunting. We could hang out in a cigar lounge. We can hang out at the bar. A man by himself is not as depressing as a woman by himself. I trust me on that.
I can't speak to that. Can't speak to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to say. That what I'm saying is, and I have no problem with one working. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, oh, but the family, whether both people working or one, the family. You know what I'm saying? Like my friend, he's a cop. He told his wife to stop working because the daycare was costing the same amount of money that she was making. She was making like $2,000 a month,
Hmm.
and daycare was $2,000 a month for two kids. So he said, just stay home.
Hmm.
And that way the kids have a better life and you have a better life. You know what I'm saying? Because the rush in the morning and to get the kids drop them off a date. Why pay someone to watch? Why have the corporation be the mother?
Because a job for a person might not be a job might not just be for the money. It might be to increase that person's value.
Yeah,
Um,
but what's wrong with the value of a mother being a mother to children?
no, because there are professional values. For instance,
Yeah, but that doesn't supersede the natural role of a mother to raise the children, and the father goes out and provides, so they have a place to raise them. You know what I'm saying? That's more natural
I've
than
got a I've got a buddy.
I have people that they drop their kids off at daycare even on their days off because they go, "Well, I paid for it." So imagine being home with your wife and dropping your kids off at daycare. Oh, we're off today, but we paid for the daycare. It's a bizarre. And you think those kids are going to be better off? I didn't go through that. You know what I'm saying? Though.
No, I mean that's definitely a problem. Like you, as parents, you got to raise your kids. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, I've got a buddy, and he got a wife, and he had a kid,
Mhm.
and his wife had professional aspirations before they had kids, but afterwards, she's fallen behind in her career, so it's harder for her to re-enter the workforce, which might be okay. But if a person wants to be as high value as possible, with a career, then they may want to continue.
I can understand once the kids get older and then school, okay. But when you have small children, infants, do you think it's natural to drop a 5 week old baby at daycare where nobody gives a shit about that kid? They're just going to change the diaper once a day before they pick
Right.
them up, and they're all getting sick. All I'm saying is the way we're going is not right as a society, and it's not good for the children, and it's not good for the couples. My cousin was paying $2,500 a month in daycare for one kid in New York. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. You're better off hiring someone in the family, like an older aunt or your mother, and say, "Hey, you're retired. I'll pay you $1,000 a month. Hang out with the kid." They'd rather
I
do.
would.
You know what I'm saying? Though.
I was thinking about that for a while, which was like, what if people had kids in their 20s, or like really early 20s? Like, what if people turn like 19, 20, have a
But
kid?
that's when you're supposed to have. People used to get married at a high school and have kids, and that way, by the time you're 40 years old, your kids are in college.
Right. But I was thinking, like, basically, I think people should like have kids really early. This is never going to happen, but it'd be interesting if people had kids really early, raise the kids from like 19 to 25 or something like that. Because before 25, in my experience, a person doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Like before 25, I had no conception of like, I don't know. At 25, it
That's
like
good
clicked.
for society because you didn't have the pressure put on you. People back then, like let's say my father or my grandparents, you were 16, 17. School's over. Get to work.
You know,
Get to work because if you don't work, you're not going to eat. You know what I'm saying? So I think our society, the kids today have too much time to grow up, or barely,
but
or never
but
grow up.
we live in a different world, and I think that the world that we live in now, you don't want kids necessarily who are good bricklayers, right? Maybe you want some bricklayers, but you want a lot of scientists. You want
But that's
a,
not reality. Most people are not going to have the opportunity or the intelligence to, for example, too. You don't need millions of scientists. Like you need the bricklayers, you need the builders, and there's nothing wrong with doing a manual job because our society was built by people doing manual work. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
No.
I think at a certain point we're going to get to have robots at the level where manual labor like that is not going to be as significant. And people are going to have
So what?
more time to. What do you say?
So what's? And I understand what you're saying. I feel our society's being eventually. It's like there's almost no excuse to leave the house. And that's like 1984 shit. Amazon's going to deliver your food. Amazon's going to deliver your packages. You're going to be working from home, and you're never going to be outside. I don't think it's a better. I don't think it's a better situation. I'm not saying a 2-hour commute is good either, but you get what I'm trying to say, though. If you look at older societies, people lived and worked in the areas they lived in. You know what I'm saying, though?
And I actually think that's quite good because I think people should be outside more and all that. But all I'm trying to say is I think that as we progress technologically, it's going to be more and more important for people to study and become specialists, honestly, or educated in multiple fields so that they can bring different specialties together. Because I think we'll be able to automate a lot of things that are um, not as
And
specific.
I'm not disagreeing as far as technology being important, and it is. But what I'm trying to say is the only reason why we have all this technology and why it's capable, you still have to build the world. Somebody's still got to build the towers. Somebody's still got to run the pipe to run the wires. Somebody's got to maintain the towers and maintain the roads, maintain the wires, and maintain everything. So it's like there's no frowning upon people doing manual work because without it, okay, let's just say you're in your house, you work from home, you need an ambulance. It can't get there. Why? Because it snowed 2 feet and nobody plowed the roads. And the maintenance guy in your apartment building didn't shovel the. You can't get out of your door. You get what I'm saying? Though, everything's important, and I think you get what I'm trying to say. People scoff at people doing real work, and
No, what
there's a shortage of it because a lot of people, any manual job, there's a shortage of workers now because people want you just want to go to college and oh, I want to get a tech job, sure, but it doesn't always work out like that, you know?
what I'm saying is I think that as things progress, we're going to have more and more desire to give people the space to develop intellectually and come up with something novel because more and more will be able to automate, and people that are doing something that somebody else has done before may not be as important because once you can do it once, it can be done as many times as you want, like even with code, right? um a lot of stuff that you might have a standard for security or something like that, where you don't have to build all your network security from the ground up. You might be able to feasibly use a package that will handle that for you. So as people start to build solutions for things that have been, you know what I mean, we build up these bricks um, of productivity, basically. I think we'll want people to be in this situation that as many people as possible have the space to um, get best at whatever they want to get best at, men and women.
I understand that, but I'm trying to say as a society, though, there are jobs that happen that need to get done.
Yeah,
And then if people don't want to do it, society will collapse. Like nobody wants to work at a sewer plant, right? Nobody wants to work at a garbage dump, right? Well, guess what happens if nobody picks up your garbage or no place for it to go? You're gonna be living in garbage.
yeah.
So it's like I understand on the one side, but you get what I'm trying to say? Like, you want to work inside from a computer. Well, somebody has to build the road. Somebody has to work in the forest, chop down the trees. Somebody's got to be scrap at a wood yard, and someone's got to deliver the wood. Someone's got to build you a house. You know what I'm saying, though? And that's all hard manual work.
Yeah.
And I think as a society, people frown upon those people, and they shouldn't. You know, and that's all I'm saying, though. It's all part of it. Now, if you did that job for a while and then you want to get a different job, fine. But I'm just saying, though, it's we're going to be hurting if we think robots are going to replace everyone. Because then, why are we going to need people then? Why don't we just have a society of robots?
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right, PG's get another cigar. Joshua said I should have been a plumber. Exactly, plumbers. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Everything's important, right? You need a mechanic. You need someone to change your oil. You need someone for roadside assistance. You need someone to patch up the roads that get damaged. And here's the thing: I don't think robots. It's not going to be like you think. I heard the other day that someone in L.A. They have those robot policemen in L.A. now. They look like R2D2. Did you hear about this? They have these robots in L.A. Did you ever see these robot policemen, like a drone? And it's there to like watch people, and this policeman watching it like a security camera, but it can like rove around on wheels. And she went up to the robot and told him about something that happened, like a crime, right? And she needed a real policeman. The robot told her to go away, and the robot started singing a song.
I think
But you get what I'm saying? Though, like it might not go as planned, like or you know, saying no, like
something like a police person. I mean, we should have we should have increasingly senior people as police officers. I don't mean older people. I just mean the police should be highly educated. They should be educated in the law. Like that should be a very important position. Like you can't automate that, you know. Or maybe you can, but for now, I don't think you could.
you're not going to get people that got a master's degree and want to take a job for $52,000 a year and become a policeman and deal with all that shit.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think a police person should get like $100,000 a year. It's a serious job. Same thing with
I
teachers.
understand that, but you know, in the city, in New York City, they do make that kind of money, but you also have a higher tax revenue. If you're in a rural area, they can't afford to pay a local sheriff $110,000 a year,
Hmm.
so it's not feasible. So I understand what you're saying, but you know, I don't have. I'm not saying I have the exact answer. I don't. But we're in a weird transition. We're relying a lot on technology, but also the reality is not matching up. Like for example, people with technology, people are ordering everything but delivered. So whether it's FedEx, UPS, Post Office, or Amazon, they're getting all this shit delivered. At my apartment building, it's overstressing that there's three girls that work in the office, the manager, and there's two girls that work there. Well, there's so much packages every day. Could be a 500 to 1,000 packages every day for the 400 apartments here, right? And like people just constantly coming down, it's my package here, or where is it? And there's just stacks of boxes they just drop off. And like, so these basically the girls that work in the apartment building that should be dealing with all these other issues that, oh, hey, my sink went out. We got to call the maintenance, or there's bugs, or there's a leak, or what, or there's a light flickering, and they got to call the right people to come and fix it, or the pool's not working. They basically the leasing girls are now just organizing boxes all day because of technology.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm saying though? So it's like one new solution creates new problems. That's all I'm saying though. And I don't know.
I think
I'm
you're absolutely right.
gonna be able to order Uber Eats, and the guy's gonna sit down and feed you your food. You know?
Here comes the Uber Eats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Um, Chewy makes a good point that you can't just have book smart cops, and you're absolutely right, Chewy. But I'm talking about cops should be trained like Marines. You know what I mean? If you could.
yeah. But you're not gonna have enough people to
Hmm.
do. Nah, dude, we're hurting in the law enforcement, bro, because most cops there's a shortage of cops because the system, because they know most cities departments don't back up the cops, and when things
Right.
go wrong, you're gonna get fired and or arrested. So it's like
But the
it,
thing
it,
is,
it
like,
used to be a good job to become a cop. Oh, you got benefits, you're retired in 20 years, and there was danger, but the department generally backed up their people. The departments generally are not backing up with the pressure, especially with cameras and everything, or something look right. So I don't
the
know, man.
the
I think our societies have gotten more dangerous because even the cops we have, they generally don't want to get involved because they don't want to lose their career or go to jail. So
right.
um, we're not. We've gone backwards in many areas. We've gone forwards in technology, but like I don't feel safer out in town.
Sure.
I don't. You know.
But I think you're right. We're in a very strange um, transition, and I also think that. Oh, what are you smoking now?
So this shout out to Big Firm. This is the Mikulev, but from what I've researched about it, it said this is not a strong cigar. So
Hmm.
I'm intrigued about it, and I'm hoping it's still going to have good flavor. But um, the best Mikulev is
Leanda, right?
the. So I haven't tried this one, and the second best one was the Migdala. That was really good, but I haven't tried this one.
Nice. I'm stoked for that. I know he met the Mikulev guy, and then he spoke well of Mikulev. So,
Well, I
and,
like the
and
size. This is a Corona.
anything that comes from Firm, I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Because that guy really knows his sticks.
He he's always researching. That's why I gave Big Firm the news. Oh, Notorious says he's smoking the Leaf. Which one though? The one I enjoyed the most was the Sumatra. I'll say
So
that's a very good draw.
nice.
Look at that. Look at that. Laser
I,
like draw.
I think you lit it too fast. You got to take at least 10 minutes to light it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Wow. Wow. Look at that.
Very good draw. Very nutty. I think this is gonna burn pretty fast. Very, very intense smoke output. I'd say starting off as medium though, and maybe due to the size. I never like to go by what someone else says. Oh, this is a mild, this is a medium. Like,
Yeah.
well, because I don't, that they might just go by what the tobacco is, and so, but I'll tell you what, the draw is fantastic. It's very leathery, just a little bit of black pepper spice. I think I need to give it a little time. It's definitely not a very oily cigar. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. We'll see how it builds up. This is the Reata, Reata. I don't know.
I thought it was interesting you had such a good experience with the Leanda. And I feel like,
Dude,
I don't know.
that
Yeah.
cigar is on a high level. I would put that cigar up there, and I mean up there, with a lot of good sticks. Like you really need to try that cigar.
When I have $1 in my pocket, I might. Um, give me 1 sec. Be right back.
Wait, should I get a box to light the cigar up? No, you just need to put the box and put a hole in the box and just stick the
Yeah.
cigar out. Can we just get one image of you with where you go? And you're leaving? Where do you go? What happened? Where do you go? Where do you fucking go? What happened?
I just switched to my phone.
Okay. Can we just get one image of you with the box on your head?
Can't do it, dude. Sorry.
Come on, man.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Dude, I'll put a box on my head if you put a box on your head. Ready? Come on. I'll do it first. How's that
It's
going, all
not
right?
improving the cigar.
Yeah, so it's going good.
I don't think it's better.
That's good. Hey, oh, is that you? Hey, what's up, bro? Hey. Hey, look, I don't even care if it's raining. I don't care, man.
I feel like I should go back inside and get a box press.
Bro, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. See, my box, I got a bigger head. My box is perfect. My
Yeah.
box is, look, bro.
I got mine's too oversized.
Bro, look at this. Look at this. Look. If I'm tired of my cigar, look, I can put it down.
Well, I don't know about that.
Look at that, man. Look at that. My cigar's right here. Hold on. Let me get my cigar. Look at this. Look at this. It's fantastic.
That thing looks good. The
Yes.
thing the thing looks like it's smoking really well.
Oh, yeah. It's nice. It's what it is. Yeah, it does have a great draw, great burn, but the burn, you could tell it's probably low priming tobacco. It's burning very intense. The low priming tobacco is thinner and it burns faster. When you have tons of Lajero or higher
Yeah.
priming, a lot so you get a lot more strength, a lot more flavor. But
Yeah.
do you know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
I would say this is a more sophisticated cigar. Um, Definitely very relaxing. If you want a cigar to think about the flavor, it's not intense though. And so I don't know the blend. I do not know the blend. Firm. Could you look up the blend of this firm? But well, I could honestly, I actually couldn't guess the blend, meaning the wrapper and maybe the fillers. I couldn't guess it.
Let me say one last thing about this Monte Cristo. There's nothing about this cigar that is offensive, in my opinion. There's nothing about it that you don't want to smoke. Sometimes there's a note or two that you're not interested in, or it's missing something specifically. I don't get any of that from this.
Or
Now,
too much one area. You know what I'm saying? Then where you're like, oh, it's too much spice, or oh, it's too much earth. No, it's a very balanced cigar. It's a very efficient blend. Everything is. I would consider that cigar harmonious. You know what I'm saying? It's very like I just smile smoking that cigar, man. Like I have a great time with it. You know, and at full price at a lounge, under $10, it's still very reasonable. You know,
I smoked the Illusione Rothschild in Connecticut the other day,
I
and
didn't even know they did that.
it's a really good stick. It's inexpensive. It's 4 1/4 by 50,
Huh?
and right off the bat, it's like a lot. It's very powerful, and it's a CT. It's really nice. I like it a lot.
I never seen that Connecticut shade. I think the ones I had were always darker.
I could recommend that. I know it's firm recommended, so I can definitely stand behind that. But something I really like about that is
Riata. I'm sorry. Big Firm asks, "What's a
yeah.
cigar?" Reata. Riata. Could you get me confirming? But it's called the Firm. Firm Confirm. Big Firm will confirm the blend. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No worries. I was just saying it's very savory. It's got savory, it's got cedar, and to me that's very important. But I find often in cigars I've been smoking recently, um, which stick FDNY? You're talking about this stick or the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about the Monte Cristo. Yeah,
Yes, this is just the Monte Cristo, the what's it
regular.
called? The original or something?
I would call. I would just. Is this called? Is this called Monte Cristo?
Just called Monte
It's
Cristo.
the
Yeah,
only Monte Cristo. It's called Monte Cristo, which I think the band. A lot of guys overlook it because of the band. That band, it looks like almost like a fake Cuban band. You know.
yeah. Um, oh, so I was saying, I feel like a lot of cigars I smoke, and there's just not enough of a savory component. I feel like they lean too much sweet. Oh, here we go. Look at the firm confirm.
Good. And I think as well. I think before the show ends, I'd like to get the firm on because he hasn't done a show and tell in a while.
Yeah,
Would
firm.
that would that affect you if I put him on in about 5 minutes?
No, no, that's great with me. It's all good.
Because I remember last time I did that, you're like, yeah, fuck me, right?
No, that's good. I was my intention was that we would smoke that one Monte Cristo together, and it just turned into a whole show. So,
Well, we
whole
did.
problem.
I smoked it. You lit it.
I lit too. Yeah.
Yes.
Um. But yeah, I feel like a lot of cigars really sleep on having a savory component, and I think it really hurts the balance overall. I smoked the Olmec recently, and I felt like, for me, I didn't love the cigar. To me, it felt like a. Have you smoked the New World, the AJ New World, the red band?
Yes.
I felt. Tell me, am I crazy? I felt like people create a. Now, this is going to offend a lot of people, so I only speak for myself here. But people say the Olmec's like a Padron killer. I didn't find it similar to the 1926 at all. Natural, which is the only one I've smoked. I didn't find it similar at all. Um, I found it more similar to the New World, except had more of that boutique flavor, more complex, a little more interesting, a little more
It's
grabby.
smoother. It has more age. It's a more
Yeah,
expensive.
right.
But it's funny you say that because you know who makes Olmec?
AJ, yeah, I know.
But the Olmec is a high end AJ cigar, but it's designed by Maleo. But still, it's like, dude, that guy is once again like it's scary how much he's in. You know.
Oh yeah, the Illusione Rothschild, Connecticut. It's a really nice stick. I get like a chicken bouillon flavor off of it. It's an interesting cigar. But
That's crazy.
anyway, I smoked the Olmec, and I felt like there was no savory component to it. And to me, it was a lot of sweet, you know, honey nuts type of flavor, a lot of caramel toffee, that
Oh,
type of
you had
stuff.
the natural. I didn't have the natural.
Okay,
It's called the. I had the Maduro. I'll tell you exactly what the Maduro felt like for me. It felt somewhere between a Padron 64 Maduro and a 26. It was smoother than a 64, but not as smooth as a 26. It felt like in between. If they made, because the 64 is 4 years and the
Mhm.
25 years, it felt like something in between, and I liked it. It hit like a nice. It felt like if you ever spoke the 26, but you wanted a little stronger, more robust, like a 64, or if you ever spoke the 64 and you're like, oh, I wish it was a little more smoother, like the 26. It felt like a cross. And even the way with the way it's in the box and the shape and the design, it kind of looked Padronish. And
Interesting.
the price points are there, and that's not a bad thing. It's a healthy competition.
No, yeah,
Just like my father's doing Opus level stuff with the new 10th anniversary one you guys love. Jeremy loved it.
yeah,
Uh, and then the other one, the Garcia Garcia. The Garcia Garcia is an Opus level cigar. I still prefer the Opus, but I mean, it's a $35 cigar. I mean, it better be on that
right.
high than it is. But that's,
But again, it's nice to have the competition there for sure.
yeah.
I really didn't get that experience off the Claro. The Claro for me was really similar to the New World. It just felt like an updated New World for the new boutique market. That's really how it felt to me. So, which
I
isn't bad, you know. The New World is a highly
the new world's very affordable. It's an
yeah.
effective cigar. I think I had the Maduro, which is the broadleaf, I think, or is it San Andreas? I think it's broadleaf, right?
Um, which New World? Because there's a bunch of New Worlds, but I'm talking about the original one called the Oscuro.
Now you messed with my mind. I can't recall.
So there's the New World, the Dorado. Obviously, it's not that.
Yeah,
There's the is there a Maduro? I know there's a New World Connecticut. There's a New World Nicaraguan Puro. I forget,
I
but
the New World
that
Cameroon too.
oh yeah. And then there's the Cameroon. So the original one's called the Oscuro, and I think that's also yeah, it's a Puro. Oh, Notorious, let me know. The Redfoot is a Puro as well, right? It's just a Nicaraguan Oscuro wrapper.
But if it's an Oscuro, wouldn't that be a darker wrap?
Yeah, very dark, but it's a Nicaraguan Habano, I think. Just an Oscuro.
Well, yeah, you could have an Habano Oscuro, which is not like a more
Yeah.
like reddish, almost like that could happen. Or I don't know, man. There's a lot of different kinds of shit.
Anyway, I know that was a very popular cigar, and it reminded me a lot of it. All right, wait. I want to let's see. I know Firm's gonna come on in a minute. Let me just see. Want to say, oh yeah, I think we're going through a lot of transitions in our world, and I think that as a result, we're going to have a lot of
I think
change.
transitional times are
Yeah,
the most violent times. Picture at the turn of the century, you still had cowboys, you had parts of the country that were untamed, you had people still riding horses, and you had people starting to invent electricity, and the automobile started coming out, and people started to live in major cities and subways and trains, and at the same time, there are people living in wood huts in the woods with you know collecting rainwater. You know what I'm saying? So it's a
yeah,
crazy time where like it's a clashing of two worlds. What I'm saying is,
right,
and right now I
totally,
think we're clashing between the real world and the electronic world. Most
right.
people live in the electronic world on their Facebook, on their TikTok. Uh, all their dating is from hooking up with people on electronics, and so it's everything people have in the physical world. They generally got electronically. What is their money, right? Transferred electronically. Their goods, they ordered it electronically.
Yeah.
So, at what point then is the physical world over, or is that going to happen? Or I don't know.
Well, what I'm trying to express is, I think the electronic world will start to integrate into the real world in a positive way.
What happens? Yeah, but what happens when it integrates with the human mind? That's the next step when we start putting electronics in us. And I don't mean up your ass, which that's a whole nother level. People might be putting it up their ass. Like if
Well,
you can have the new Apple butt plug, oh
you get the notification on your watch. You just tensed up.
yeah, exactly. Your your Uber's here. Oh, how do you know? My asshole jingled.
Um, what I mean to say is, I think as as we merge those worlds, I think this structure will change. And I think that, like you're saying, what do we do with the human family? I think the human family is important and will remain important, and I think may take other forms. I think people dating around is sort of a newer invention, right? But I think that eventually we'll come to a point where there's benefit from that. People are finding people that they really want to be with, um, on a more, how to put this?
Well, I'll say
They have
that
more experience.
global market now. That never used to be the case. You generally had to date and marry someone in your area.
Yeah.
You could literally find a wife in Ukraine now. You could find a wife in the Philippines, go over there and bring her back. You know what I'm saying? No. So in a way, it's now you're competing against the whole world.
But also you can, if I had married a girl, well, I got lucky actually. The girl I was dating when I was young was pretty cool. But if you can marry a girl from your early experience, and that won't necessarily reflect who you're going to be as a fully formed adult and professional. And what I'm trying to say is, as people become more advanced in their careers overall, because we become more intellectually powerful in general, um, because of the tools that we have, I think that people will be able to find relationships and mates that are fitting for them, in a way that creates more and more powerful. And when I say powerful, I mean specific, interesting offspring, that
Yeah, I look
really.
at as the electronics we have is just making people worse people. It's making them more degenerates. For example, Uber didn't make the world safer. People drink more now because they don't have to drive home. Oh, I'm
Mhm,
getting Uber tonight, so I could get shit faced like you can't believe because I don't have to operate a vehicle and I
yeah.
can get a ride anywhere. You know what I'm saying? No, or if you get into a fight with your wife, she could say, "Go home, John. I'll get an Uber home." Do you know what I'm saying? No, so it's like it's changed, and technology. For most people, just want to drink and get fucked up, and you can literally have alcohol delivered to your house now through an app.
But
You
I
know,
don't I don't think I don't think those people are gonna make it the same way. Like your grandpa was a real winner, right?
yeah,
Same with my grandpa. Um, he fought the odds and won. And what was luxury for him is not what will be luxury for me, right? But um,
because they didn't take things for granted because they knew what it was like to have nothing. We have everything in our society, so it's not enough.
but what
We
I'm
have
saying is,
so it's never.
I don't think the people who.
We have people have a fridge full of food and they'll order pizza. Like I can't imagine my grandfather going to work, and they have food in the fridge, and they'd be like, "Let's have somebody else cook for us tonight." You don't
But
even say, "I have a
those
wife.
aren't
My wife's
those
gonna."
aren't the those aren't the people that are going to have this same conversation that we're having in another two generations. Do you see what I mean? I don't think those people will. I mean, I guess they right now everybody has the opportunity to reproduce because things are so affluent, but I think again the winners will look different in this period of time, if that makes sense.
I don't know. It's. I think everything has reverse roles.
Because
Uh,
if you think about it, I bet there are people who your grandpa knew who he was like, these people are lazy. You know what I mean? I don't understand how these people are getting by, and they probably didn't. So
I don't know. But on that note,
anyway, okay, yeah,
it was a great conversation. Always interesting. Always never talking about different topics, different ideas, and it's always a pleasure to have PG on. He's the intellectual guest. We talk about different topics, and it's always a lot of fun. And I think we've come full circle. And I hope you learn how to light a cigar one day. And the Richie in me is the Richie in you. Maybe you need to watch the other guy how to light a cigar. He could teach you something. You know.
yeah, dude. I will say, for a while, I was lighting up my cigars perfectly. I wasn't having to do one touch up. They were burning all the way down to the nub, and also I was getting absolutely no bitterness on the light on anything. Like it was going perfect. So I don't know what happened. I worked really hard to perfect it, and I've clearly lost the skill.
Well,
So,
you just survive this day and get through tomorrow, and you'll have a better day tomorrow, and that's it.
but like I said, I think I got to accept who I am, and I think I'm not a guy not a guy who can light a cigar. So it is what it
Yeah,
is.
one day, one day.
One day.
Yeah,
All right.
one day you'll figure it out. I wish you the best. Yeah, but yeah, don't second guess yourself, man, and don't feel that you're never not enough. But also remember, we could always improve. But don't ever feel you're less than. Don't ever. You know what I'm saying? No,
All
know
right.
who know who you are. Don't let somebody else tell you what you are. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah.
Don't let somebody else tell you you're a winner or a loser. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, like
Yeah.
you decide what you are. Don't let the external dictate the internal. You know what I'm saying though? I just
Yeah.
can't stress that enough. And that's what
All right.
a man is what he is. It's that simple. You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely. I
Well, I
agree.
wish you the
Well,
best, man. God bless you and you stay fresh. And we're gonna get Big Firm. You
yeah.
wanna shout out anything to Big Firm for the news?
Shout out anything. I want to see what his experience was like with the LFD Cameroon. I'd be curious about that. But and how he's feeling about the 601. I'm interested to hear both of those things and whatever he has
Is
to say.
like
Yeah.
to shout out as far as disrespect. Would you like to disrespect anyone in the lounge right now?
No, but I would like to give a big shout out to everybody in the chat, the whole wrench gang, because I thought the comments that were going on while I was trying to light that cigar and failing were really cracking me up, and I appreciate it. So
I feel like you should tell at least like 3 or 4 guys here to go fuck themselves. Anybody here you want to tell them to go fuck themselves?
no, I don't think so. I think everybody was real cool.
All right.
I think it was a real good night.
I just wanted to give you the opportunity. That's all.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that, and appreciate you. And thanks for the chat. Thanks for smoking a cigar with me. And it was a pleasure as always, Big D.
Hey, you're an important guy. You're a pillar of the community.
I mean, it's all you, D. But
That's what it is. Now go fuck yourself.
okay, all right. I will get right on that. I'll get right on that. I'll see you
Why
later.
don't you take that box and go fuck yourself? So,
All right,
I'll see
man.
you around, bro.
See you.
Peace out, man.
Peace.
Last but not least, we're gonna have Big Firm on the show. I want to get a good news update with Big Firm, the Firminator. He is the man that flexes with the news. Big Firm, keeping us all up to date with today's tobacco with Big Firm, starring Big Firm. Today's tobacco was brought to you by Pfizer with Big Firm. Today's tobacco will be brought to you by Pfizer. Pfizer. Make sure you get your updates, your boosters, and get your boosters boosted. Pfizer also has boosted in shade, Oscuro, Maduro, and Habano. Make sure you get it. Bam, bam. What's up, Big Firm? Yo, you're sideways, bro. Hey, what's up, bro? What's going on? Big Firm, what's going on? I can hear you. You're moving in slow motion.
Shit, my connection might be bad.
Okay, well, it's better now. What's going on, Big Firm?
Not much.
Hey, how was that trip? It looks like you're tired. We're getting a bad connection. Firm. Oh, I think it's better now. Are you on the Wi-Fi? Big Firm. We're better. Okay, hold on. All right. Is that better? Do you need some pizza? Maybe you need to disconnect from Wi-Fi and reconnect. Maybe you get a better connection. Try that. Hey, Big Firm. Maybe we'll do this. Big Firm, let's try it again. I'm gonna disconnect and we're gonna reconnect with you. All right. We got a bad connection. Big Firm. I'm gonna disconnect you. Let's try to reconnect you. All right. Let me see. We're gonna try this again. All right, guys, take two with Big Firm. We're gonna try to have Big Firm on again. We're gonna reboot this shit. All right, Big Firm. Let's see. Take two. Better. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine. Yeah, maybe it was just a bad connection.
Yeah. Man, so you got any new news for us, or how was that cigar you smoked today?
So yeah, I had like 4 cigars today. So I started off with the, let's see, the Tatuaje. I think it's the Vericu Blue.
Hmm?
It's actually this one here. Had this. I think I had this first. Good cigar. What else did I smoke today? I smoked the LFD Cameroon, the 601, the Espinosa 601 Blue, and shoot, what was the other one I smoked? Give me a second. The other one I smoked was good too. Shoot, I just blanked on the other one I smoked. It'll come back to me. But
That's a lot of.
yeah, yeah. I sent the pictures of what I smoked in
It
the
sounds like you
lounge.
got maybe you got nicotined out. You
Shoot, what was the other one I smoked? Man. Anyway, I remember what I smoked yesterday. I had oh man, it's really bothering me that I can't remember what I smoked. I had so many cigars that I smoked, so
I think the cigar smoked you.
yeah, it might have. The Tatuaje I said was good. The LFD Cameroon, it was the chisel size. So I don't know if that's still in production or not. Part of me thinks it may not be. Um, but it honestly, the LFD Cameroon,
We're getting a bad. Yeah, it's better now, man. I don't know what's going on. Is
yeah,
your
maybe it's
battery
just my
charged?
connections. It's a little bit on the
That's why.
side. That
So
could
you
be
plug it
part of
in.
it. Yeah, it's plugged into the charger
Oh,
now.
okay. If
Yeah,
it's plugged in, it should be okay.
yeah. Let me know if it acts
We'll
up
see. So
though.
what do you have to show us in the news?
Yeah. So I got a man. I went to town in Alabama and I just bought a bunch of stuff and yeah. So I got a lot of stuff to show and tell. Not a whole lot of new stuff, but I do have some new
Big
stuff. So
Firm, are
this
you
is
doing some Secret Service work with this earpiece?
Yeah, I know. I usually don't have. I usually have my wireless headset, but yeah, I'm working with what's his name.
Dude, dude, you're doing some undercover. You're a federal agent.
but so this is oh, so one thing that was it's not really new per se, but it's new for me because I had never heard about it was the Diesel Funhouse set. And that was kind of interesting, man. I was like, I was debating on buying it. It came with like it was like an 8 cigar set, if I remember correctly. It had like some interesting like names. Like basically, it was like like freak show names. Like the bearded lady was one. I can't remember all the names, but
Do you have it to show us or no?
well, I didn't buy it. I
Oh,
was actually considering buying it, but then I was debating it if I should buy it or not. It was like $112. And I didn't know anything about it. And I'm kind of glad I. Part of me thinks that I should have bought it, but then I looked online and it was like $80 for the set online. The problem is that it's hard to find. I found one place that had it for like $90. Um,
a lot of money to spend on diesel. It's kind of like
that's what I'm saying. Well, is one it's diesel. I don't know anything about it.
diesel.
I
Diesel
had it.
mid tier line. Now,
Yeah,
as far as like the uncuts, that's like a low mid tier. But then the ones you see at the store, are generally like a mid tier cigar. But
yeah,
I never had diesel and be like, oh my god. So it's
yeah.
not
So
cigars no one
right.
cares about, but there's some decent mid tier stuff. But I'd rather, if you
Yeah.
want to stick with AJ, I'd rather have some other AJ cigars than that.
Yeah, so I ended up picking up I did pick up one diesel that I hadn't seen before. It's called the Atonement. Um, I don't know anything about this cigar. It may not be new, but it was new
I've
to me because yeah, I had never seen it. So I picked up that. I didn't pick up the Freak Show. I think that's what it's called, the Freak Show. Maybe I'm wrong on the name. Or no, Sideshow. Sideshow. That's what it's called. The Diesel Sideshow set. So if anyone's interested, it came out, I want to say like October of last year, and it must have sold out pretty fast because it's hard to find. But if you look online, you'll be able to find it because I found one place that was selling it still. I can't remember what it was Cigars Direct. That's who was selling it.
Mm,
Actually, you know what? Now that I know Cigars Direct has it in stock, I might go down to the brick and mortar and see if they have it down there.
okay.
But if anyone on the channel buys it and it sells out, it's no loss to me. I do want to try it though, just out of curiosity. If I get it for like $80, I might just do it. It's like ends up being like $10 a stick, and they have a what is it called? Candelabra, the three winded cigars. They have one of those in that set too. So,
Like
and I've
that. I
never
thought that
smoked
or
one of those.
Culabra. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I've never smoked one of those. I have one actually. I have a Tatuaje. It came in it was like a Fausto and one of those the whatever candelabra, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
It was like a set, and I never smoked that.
Those always feel like a gimmick to me.
Smoke one of those, but I just want to smoke one just to see what it's like, you know. So yeah, that's the one diesel I bought, and then again, I don't know if that's a new one. It may be, and then but this one's a new black label. The is it the Santa Muerto? This one just came
Wow.
out, so I don't know anything
That's
about
the
it.
death
But
the Death Saint. Wow.
oh yeah, so that's the new black label.
It's probably gonna be good.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I did smoke the. Someone had asked about the morphine. I did smoke the morphine. That's another new black label, and that one was good. I liked the morphine, and it was like around the $10 range. So for $10, definitely pick that one up especially if you like black label. But if
I
you just
like that.
like,
I like that brand.
yeah, Black Label's a good brand, and I was actually looking. So when you were talking about it, I did a quick Google search on it, and so the Blackwork Studios. Yeah, I didn't realize the Intergalactic was part of Blackwork Studios, and then the Hyena. I've seen that one. I haven't tried that one yet, and I think it's called the MBK or something like that.
I've had the.
Um,
Hey, that's a good cigar too.
yeah, so there's some cigars that I didn't even realize were part of the Black Label Blackwork Studio, and then there was another one. So the Hive is, I think, part of like that line is the Killer Bee, the Hornet, the Shaolin, and then the Connecticut Killer Bee, and then there's one called the Cato, which I had never even heard of the Cato. I think it might be another one of those barber pole ones, or maybe I'm wrong, but it definitely had like different shades in the band. um, so yeah, so I have to look out for the Cato now because I got to try that one. I picked up another Blackworks cigar, but I think I showed it already last time I was on. So yeah, that Santa Muerto, I got to try that one. I picked up this is more show and tell, but I picked up a feral pig. I have not had one of these yet. So when I went to Alabama, I stopped into this. I went to a few shops. One was or lounges, shops slash lounges. One was called Humidor and Pipe. It's in Huntsville, Alabama. It's kind of like an old school cigar shop. It was that was the first one I went to. I went there twice actually. Cool people. They have a pretty small humidor, but a good selection. All the popular stuff, good prices. Actually, that was another thing I saw across the board. The prices in Huntsville were relatively good. And then I went to another place called Vintage Cigar, which is like a kind of like a fancy like more high end lounge. They wouldn't let you touch the cigars there, and I found out the reason why is it had to do with COVID. So I guess the owner's still like worried about COVID, and she doesn't want
That would
anyone
bother.
touching this. It definitely was. It bothered me. As a matter of fact, I grabbed the cigar, and the guy had to like say something to me because I'm like, yeah, instinctively, you just touch. You're used
Wait,
to
so
touching
how is that
cigars.
safer? You grab a cigar for you to buy. You got to have the guy from behind the counter touch it first That's disgusting.
And not only can you not touch the cigars, but if you go into the lounge, I didn't know this because I didn't smoke in the lounge. You can't even light your cigars. They have to light the cigar for you. You can't. So if you use your lighter, I think it's okay. But if you don't have a lighter and you want to use their lighter, they won't let you even touch their lighter. So they have to come by and light your cigar.
What about a
I don't know. I think anything that involves touching, they're very much
You
against
know what
that.
I
So
would
that was
say?
very kind of
Go
off-putting,
fuck yourself.
especially like
I'd go. So,
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I didn't go to the. I didn't smoke in the lounge. Someone actually at the other shop I went to told me that,
dude, the
that that's
day
what they
I
did.
let another
Um,
man light my cigar, I'd be a bitch. Get the fuck out.
yeah, I mean here in Tampa, they kind of do it as a courtesy, but it's more. It really doesn't have anything to do with COVID. It's just
No,
more of like
that's
just
if it's
like
part of like what's it called? Like a ritual. Okay, but if they're
yeah,
like,
a
listen,
customer
no,
service
no, you
kind of
can't
thing.
light it. I light it for you. What
Yeah,
are you gonna have
that
some
was
guy
like a
cut
rule
steak for you?
apparently.
No, no, no.
Yeah, so this is like a more of like a ritzy place, and but besides that, besides the COVID stuff, it's a more of a ritzy, like high end place. They actually had Opus. They had a bunch of Opus sets there. Um, I don't. They didn't have the Dubai, but they had they did have Opus, but it was very expensive. Like they were definitely price gouging on their Opus X's for sure. Um, but they had some rare stuff that I hadn't seen before at the vintage cigar shop, and I picked up a bunch of stuff. I'll show you. And then the third place I went to was called Cigar Room. I ended up going there 3 times. That place was awesome. It was basically another like old school kind of cigar shop. Like you walk in, and it's just like everyone's there's just smoke everywhere, and they have basically 3 humidors, just jam packed with shit, just boxes everywhere, and man, that place had an amazing selection. And I found the Envy there, so I finally got the Envy. Yeah, I've been hunting for this cigar. I know, I mean, it's just one of those things. Like I know it's probably not worth hunting for, but I just wanted to try it, and
No,
he,
it's
he
worth
was the
trying
good
once,
thing.
but I'll tell you what. Don't have it as your second cigar, let alone your third or fourth. It is not strong.
Okay,
It's very light, and
okay, and, and it
you
wasn't
really
cheap.
got to hold the smoke. The last
It was
third's magical, but in my opinion, it's a 55 gauge. It's too big for the flavor that
yeah,
it has. So
okay.
you know what I'm saying? No, it's not a bad stick, but it should have been in at best robusto, maybe a long Corona.
Okay.
But it is
Well,
what it,
I paid that $18 for this, and
that's how much.
I yeah, I mean it's a pricey cigar. I mean the last I think oh no, I'm thinking of Romeo and Julieta, the Eternal. Never mind. I don't think I've seen a punch cigar that was that expensive. Oh, it's Romeo and Julieta. Sorry,
Yeah,
it is Romeo and Julieta.
no, but
So the
that's how much my guy charged. So that's a good price because my guy's good prices. So at
yeah,
a lounge, but it's still it's it's high. That, to me, that cigar is not a value, but it's worth trying once. But it's I don't. It shouldn't have been that much money.
gotcha. So the Eternal was the other. It was the other pricey Romeo and Julieta I'd seen, and I never tried that one because it was so pricey. I mean,
It's
granted, I'm buying like I do spend a lot on some sticks, but
yeah, but not a
um,
Romeo. Romeo's a good
not
mid.
a Romeo, right?
Like the Pacencia Romeo's, like the regular Pacencia, like the orange one. $8
Yeah,
cigar. It's a good
yeah,
$8 cigar. Or like the yellow one, $8-9 for the shade grown Nicaraguan. That's
yeah.
actually a good cigar, eight
I
bucks.
had that one. Yeah, I had that one not too long
Yeah.
ago. To try for the first time. I actually like the Cortado better than that one.
Yeah,
As
I
far
would.
as Connecticut's go.
I would,
Yeah.
dude. The Cortado's a solid cigar, man.
Dude, they had a huge cortado at the cigar room. I mean, it was huge. It was like the size of like what the masterpiece. It was like almost too big to smoke. I was gonna buy it. I should have bought it. It was a huge cigar, and they also had like a huge. It was a Padron six. It might have been a 64. But yeah, it was huge, man. It was 40. I sent you a picture of it. It was like $46. I don't know the name of it, but it was a gigantic Padron. um, and so yeah, cigar room was cool. And then I'm the last day before I flew out. So if you go to cigar room, if anyone does go there, they give you a punch card, and then depending on how many sticks you buy, you get the last one. I think if you get like I don't know, like let's say you buy 10 cigars, the 11th one is $10. Either you can get a cigar up to $10 value, or they'll give you $10 off your purchase. So I ended up just
Oh,
getting
I
$10.
thought I was doing something more fun, like if you get your car punched 10 times, you get a date for the night.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Hey,
I
hey,
would
hey, you
definitely be a
get girlfriend
regular.
DVD on bottom.
So I met a guy, a Drew Estate rep there, cool guy. Basically gave me a lot of information. So I asked him about like the Drew Estate Safari that's still going on. He basically told me no, they put that on pause because of COVID. And then they had, if you do the Drew Estate Safari, you actually stay there. They have like like a housing there for you, or whatever you call it. Like I guess just they have like dorms or whatever you want to call it, rooms. And they said what ended up happening was with COVID, they had to stop the tours, but then they had their workers move into those areas. So now there isn't any place to stay. So they said they might bring it back, but then they do some kind of like live session. So if you go on Drew, if for those that are, anyone that's a Drew Estate fan, and people might already have done this, I just didn't know about it. If you go on their website and sign up, that you can do like they have these live sessions every now and then, and John Drew comes on. And I asked him about John Drew too. Because I thought he had sold the company, and actually they did sell the company. I think Swisher Sweets owns Drew Estate now. So they
Isn't
basically
it
made
amazing how much these fake cigar companies that money they have? Because guess what?
yeah,
They sell more Swisher Sweets than any cigar in America. Like, you know what I'm
it's
saying? Like
crazy.
those
Yeah,
little fake cigars. You know how much they sell? 24 hours a day at 7-Eleven and every little quick mart. You know what I'm saying? Though,
yeah,
because
yep,
people buy
yep,
that shit and they put marijuana in it.
yep. So yeah, so they got bought up, or they sold. They either got bought out or sold out to Swisher Sweets. But John Drew is. I thought he was just like a what do they call the brand? What do they call them? Like a
Ambassador.
brand ambassador. But no, they said that he's still the president of Drew Estate. He's no longer he's just no longer the CEO of of the entire company, which makes sense. So yeah, so John Drew's still involved with Drew Estate. Then I asked him about if there's anything new coming out. Blackened was the latest cigar that they the newest Drew Estate cigar is called the Blackened.
Right.
I actually tried that one. I think there's a is it a whiskey or a bourbon? I don't know. There's some alcohol that's associated with that cigar.
Mm.
And then I asked about, I don't know if I asked him or somebody else about there's some like connection with Metallica, and I
Yes.
think it had yeah.
Apparently, every Maduro leaf using that was dedicated to the guy in the band. I don't know the whole connection.
Yeah, someone told me, I don't
The
know.
cigar is infused with Metallica.
Yeah, they basically like age the cigar and they play Metallica when they're aging the alcohol, or I don't know, some weird shit
Yeah,
about
so they
Metallica.
play Enter the Sandman while the tobacco's aging. Da-na-na-na-na.
I don't know. It was kind of weird, but anyway,
Say
I
your
tried that
prayers,
cigar.
you know,
It's kind of gimmicky. I
I,
don't recommend it. Yeah, I
you
don't.
know, I want like the John Tesh elevator music. You know what I'm saying? Though I want, I want like the Yanni Kenny G. You know what I'm saying?
Michael Bolton.
You know what I'm saying? No? Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't want the Sam Smith. Mommy doesn't know Daddy's getting hot in the parking lot. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want 451 music. I don't want 451 music touching my tobacco. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
like the Desert Rose, label with the
Oh
pink
yeah.
label.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, that's gonna be the next gimmick. You're gonna have music infused tobacco. Maybe it'll work. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath for that, but I did ask him if anything new was coming out. He said nothing until maybe like later this year, but there's nothing on the horizon that's new. So anyway, yeah, he was cool. I think his name was like Kyle something. Anyway, um, yeah, so that was the Drew Estate rep, and then so with that discount, I ended up getting this one, the Namakube, I think it's called, the Room 101. So there's a lot of hype around this cigar, at least online. I'll smoke it and let you know, but it's a pricey stick. Um,
Dude,
it's a
that looks really busy, man. Like that looks, bro. Like,
yeah.
how are you gonna take all that shit off?
Well, I'll tell you know what, I'm gonna do it now. Let's do it now. So
All right.
I'll show you what it looks like here. I know it's got like paper and then
Oh wow. Okay.
that's
Oh,
the
that looks nice.
yeah. So it's the Nama Kube. So I guess it's like a Japanese. It did have like a Japanese theme to it. So even the wrapper has kind of like like Japanese writing on it. So yeah, I don't know. I'll let you know. It looks nice. It was
That
expensive. It
one's
was like
is that one infused with sake?
yeah, right. Yeah, they're not playing Metallica when they're making sake.
Yeah. Yeah.
um, and then what else did I? Actually, I got so much stuff. Oh, this was a cool one that I got. So I've been on the hunt for this one. This is the let's see, the CAO Orlana. So this one, I'll just take the wrapper off.
Yeah. That was within the basin line. There was the basin, and it was like there was three different basins. I think three different.
Yeah, so this one has a really cool the difference between this one and the basin is this cross braid right here. I don't think the basin had that.
No, no.
Um, so I'm excited to try this one. I haven't been able to find it. I saw it on CEO's website, and Sako I know has one. Um, I don't think he smoked it yet though. But I heard it's more mild than the basin. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious to see if it has that same kind of funky Amazon taste or not. But yeah, I got two of those because they were so rare. Figure I'll pick up a couple of them. But they were like I think like $14. So that seems like the average price for those Amazon CAOs. Um, and then I got let's see. I got so this cigar. I've never heard of this brand before. Crux. Have
Yeah.
you heard of them?
That's a
Okay.
very boutique brand. The higher end store up north from here, they're like a Crux dealer in a sense. They carry the whole line. I gotta admit, they were pretty good.
Yeah. So this one's called. Let's see. What's the name? I can't even read the name of it. Oh, the Du Connoisseur. Is that the name?
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, that was a good cigar.
so the thing about the Crux is I thought was interesting was that I mean it looks very like the way they market is like very refined like a way I mean it's very like you most of the cigars you see you don't know what you're getting there they have like flavor notes like nutty
No, it
chocolatey
has all the descriptions on the box. Like,
all the descriptions, which is kind of cool because sometimes you don't know what you're getting. So I think it's good for especially for like new cigar smokers or even like people like me. Like sometimes especially with a new brand, I don't know what kind of flavor profile it has.
yeah,
So they
and
had that.
they're not cheap. They're definitely upper mid tier pricing.
Yeah, they weren't cheap, but not too expensive either. They had like one limited one. I probably should have got the limited one. Um,
I
but I
remember
would say on
The Maduro one I liked the most.
I should have got the Maduro. I ended up getting that one, and that one I got was actually, I think this one it's pretty it's even smaller than a Corona, but I would say it's probably a Corona size, but it's a pretty thin ring gauge. Like
Yeah, but you got
I'm guessing like
way better that one. That's a good one.
40, 42. It's pretty
Yeah,
thin. Um, but this one was like I want to say like $10. So yeah, on average, I would say the prices were like 12, $14, maybe 15 for that limited one. So yeah, not cheap. Anyway, and then I got oh this one. So I bought a whole bunch of Caldwells that I haven't tried yet. So first I'll show you this one. This is the one. Long live the Queen. I'll just take it out the wrapper. So Long Live the Queen. Geo mentioned this one, and so I didn't even know about it until Geo had mentioned it. It has a pretty cool band on it,
yeah, it looks nice.
um, and this is the new release. And they had it in three different sizes, but apparently it comes in four sizes. Or I should say four different ones. They're actually not four sizes because they have like a Robusto, they have a Toro, and then they have a Lancero. But the Toro comes in, I think, two different versions. So I got both versions. One of them I think is more like a more. I can't say it's limited because, or maybe it is, but I looked it up and I can't remember the names offhand. But there's two different variations of the Toro size if you get Long Live the Queen. And I smoked one at the lounge, and it was a good cigar. It's very different for a Caldwell cigar because most Caldwell cigars kind of to me are more like they're not like full bodied in my opinion, except for the last SAR, which was an amazing cigar. Like that, the last SAR was very impressive. I really like that cigar. It's pricey. It's like $17 here in Tampa, so I imagine it's like 20 plus elsewhere. But I would recommend trying the last SAR if you, especially, forget if you like Caldwell, but if you just like a good dark cigar that's a very complex, very has very unique flavor characteristics. The last SAR is definitely a winner. But the Long Live the Queen was also a darker cigar. So most of the Caldwells I smoke are more like tasty like medium cigars. So it's kind of interesting to try one that's on the darker side. But I smoked the one I smoked. I really liked it, and I'm glad I picked up some more. I actually went back and picked up the other Toro. So yeah, I'll let you know what the how the Lancero is and how the other Toro is. And I think Gio has smoked his. He was. I don't think he was that impressed by it, but I forget exactly what he said. But it's a good cigar in my opinion. And then the other Caldwell I picked up was the Anastasia. So this one's I got apparently an older version. So maybe it has some age on it. But I don't know much about the Anastasia. All I know is that the one they were selling at Cigar International was $30, and they had it at Cigar Room for 14. So maybe the newer version's more expensive than the older version. I don't know, but I've never even seen the older version. And apparently, there's been like other releases of the Anastasia. So yeah, I'll let you know about that one. Um, and then what else did I get? I picked up. So this is one I take it out of the wrapper. What's it called? This is the oh man, I can't even read this. I'll just this is a boutique brand, I believe. That shoot, my eyesight's really bad. Let me just show you the cigar. So, have you ever seen that label before?
No.
Yeah, I've never seen it either. So this is some boutique brand that the guy at Cigar Room recommended. Man, I apologize. My eyesight's really bad, and the lettering is really small on this.
Ah,
It looks like it's like devalid devalida something like that. Maybe someone knows about this boutique brand. So I
no.
picked up a couple boutique brands that I had never heard of. That's one of the ones I never heard of. And then there's another boutique brand I got here. Um, this one I don't know if this is a boutique brand, but this isn't a new cigar, I don't think. But this is the Maria Lucia. Have you heard of this one before?
No.
Yeah.
He says it's called a Dapper Dissalavito.
Okay.
I don't know. Do that.
I
Listen.
never heard of it. And that was the cool thing about these cigar shops is they had some stuff that I had never seen before. Oh, this is the Long Live the Queen Lancero.
Wow. It'd be
That's
nice.
it's gonna be like a 2 hour smoke right
Yeah.
there. And then not to jump around too much, but this is the another not new, but this is one I haven't tried before. I like Caldwell, and I've been exploring Caldwell's. So this is the King is Dead, but it's called the Escape Plan. So it's like a special edition of the King is Dead. Um, but the guy at Cigar Room said he didn't care for it, but I figure I'll try it anyway. And I also got this is another Caldwell. I like the name, just the tip. I haven't smoked that one, so I'll try that one. And then this was another Caldwell I picked up. I've had the Blind Man's Bluff before, but this one I think it had something on the band. What did it say? They have a Nicaraguan version of this, or maybe they're all Nicaraguan. I don't know, but I've had the Blind Man's Bluff, but it's hard to see, but it has like this brown band underneath the label. Um, what is this? I don't know, but I wasn't that impressed with Blind Man's Bluff, but I figure I'll try it, try that one. I don't think I had that one before. So when I mentioned the porcelain, this is another black label. This
Yeah.
is
That's
like
good.
Connecticut. I think I showed this one before. I didn't pick this one up in Alabama, but I am just showing it. Someone had mentioned the porcelain. I'm looking forward to trying that one.
Not to
I think
cut you,
you,
you know,
yeah,
Tom Sizemore died today.
yeah, I know. It was actually yesterday. I think I saw it on
Yeah,
the news. It was late last night. Yeah, man, it's a shame. He was a great actor. We were talking about, yeah, we were talking about Reservoir Dogs the other
yeah,
day.
and
Man,
also Heat. Heat was his best movie.
yeah, he was. Yep, that was a great movie. I liked Saving Private
Yeah,
Ryan, but he didn't have
yeah,
a huge part in that. But
yeah.
man, he did so many great movies, and
He was in
he was
Black Hawk
young.
Down too.
Oh shit, I don't. Oh,
He
okay,
played the, I think it was the Master Sergeant in the Humvee at the end.
okay, yeah, man. He was, and he died young. I think he was like 62, maybe. He
I
wasn't
yeah,
that old.
I think he had a
Not young, but
he had a hard life. I think I don't want to judge him, but I, I think he might have drank and partied a lot. But here's what it is.
yeah,
He was a good actor, and rest in peace.
yeah. Rest in peace. I enjoyed. I mean, he was a great actor. He was in. Wasn't he in? I'm trying to think. Was he? I think he was in a gangster movie, but I can't remember which one. Maybe I'm wrong. But
Oh, but
yeah, man.
he was just a great hard nosed actor, like a pit bull.
Yeah,
He came into.
yeah,
He wasn't like a low key guy. That guy. He had a lot of
yeah,
balls. You know?
yeah. I was up late last night. I went to Ybor City. I was just kind of chilling in Ybor City, and I saw that like around like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was gonna send a text to everybody, but then I figured I didn't want to wake everybody up, um, getting pinged on their phone. But yeah, I saw that. It was sad. Uh, yeah. Now I'm all depressed.
No, well, we're bringing the news.
Yeah, I know, man.
I
Sad
say
news
this
sometimes.
this Riata cigar. I give it a 4.1. I think it's a good stick. It's not an amazing or crazy cigar.
Uh,
It was worth smoking, but I wouldn't say buy a box. So, there's a
yeah,
lot
like
of cigars just fall under good. You know,
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that one I think I mentioned that I didn't. The rep had picked that one out, so I don't. With the McAuliffes, they're like you know, there's so many different lines, and I'm still. I tried one other one, and since I had the Leanda, that's like the benchmark now
I would
for
stick with
me.
Leanda. If you had to go something cheaper, go with the Migdala.
Oh, okay. I'll try that one. I might even have it. I'll check 'cause I picked up a bunch at that
It's got a purple band.
McAuliffe event.
It's darker and stronger, and it's got some fun stuff to it. I remember having a lot of good like fruit notes, like fig and other stuff like that. I remember it being pretty good.
What's the name of it again?
Migdala, MIG, just
McDowell.
MIG.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll remember that. I know not a lot of shops have it here. There are two shops I know of that carry um McAuliffe, and one of them's Tobacco Depot, and the other one is like just a mom and pop shop. But I
I
know
don't think
Tobacco
the brand
Depot will
has
have it.
reached the point where what I'm saying, it's in people's minds. What I'm saying, it's not like on a Fuente level or something like that. It's a new brand, and when you're a new brand, and when you have so much stuff, because that guy that owns it's a billionaire.
Yeah.
It's like it still hasn't got to the point where people, I want to say, give a shit. Like, what I'm saying. So I think that takes time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah, and I saw on the label we were talking before about the family. It was like Sancho Gomez family or something like that. So I don't know. That's
Well,
who's
that's the people
that.
that make the cigars. But
Okay.
the guy Micallef is the name. He's a billionaire from Texas that made up his own cigar line, which fine.
Yeah.
But to connect with the people, I think that just takes time. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Yeah.
look for example,
Yeah.
like AJ's been around 20 years plus. You know, and where he is now in the past few years, it wasn't where he was 10, 15 years ago. So it takes time to even let's say Rocky Patel. I'm not a huge fan, but 20 years ago, Rocky he was just making the edge, and then now
Mm, yeah.
so
Oh man.
I think it just takes time to, get in people's mind. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah. Well, I think it's good for those kind of like boutique brands when they have like a hit cigar, especially if it makes like headline news in one of the
Yeah.
cigar magazines, because
Well,
then
just a
people
follow.
get drawn to
Have
the
to have it.
brand. I'm
Like
sorry.
people haven't got like, oh, I have to have this Micallef, and like they haven't had.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I haven't smoked that many of them. I think I've only had two. I had the Leanda and I had another one. But I'm gonna try more of them. I think I have like maybe a few more different ones, and I'll look for that McDowell one as well. This was one you had mentioned before. This is a warped. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I had a warp today. Oh, I had the Cloud Hopper today. Now
Oh,
that jogged my memory. So the Cloud Hopper was actually recommended by. I had it before, and for whatever reason, I couldn't remember it. It wasn't like a standout cigar, but maybe it was the size I had. So I had a Corona size Cloud Hopper, um, and it was really good. It was really enjoyable. It's more like a medium stick, but yeah, I recommend the Cloud Hopper if you can get it in like a Corona size because that's what I had. But that was recommended to me by the one of the shops in Alabama, the Humidor and Pipe shop. This one was called the was this the Devil's shoot, the Devil's Hand. I think you had mentioned this one, the Devil's Hand by Warped.
I don't know if I tried that one.
I think you had mentioned it because I didn't know anything about it, or someone had mentioned it. I'm pretty sure it was you.
Yeah,
Um,
could be wrong. I've had a few warped, like the Guardian, the Farm, or but I can't recall that one.
yeah, so I'll let you know. And then CLE, we were talking about CLE last time. I picked up a few CLE cigars. Well, actually, one I had. I can't remember which one it was. And then I was looking at CLE. They had one called like Oblongata or something like that.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that was CLE. So I had that one. I can't really remember it very well, but but when I saw it, I was like, oh, so I guess I did have a CLE cigar before, not knowing it was even CLE. Because like if you look at that cigar, like Oblongata is like it's very pronounced on the band, and you don't even really see the CLE logo
I don't
on
think
it.
CLA has really good brand representation, even in the design of their symbol. Like it, you know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah, but the Drew Estate rep and the guy who owned the owner of the cigar room mentioned recommended this one, this CLE. This is the let's see the signature uh, THTEKE. I don't know, but they were the hyping this one up a lot. So I think PG said he has this one. Um, so they were saying how great it was. I mean, and it was kind of interesting hearing that from the Drew Estate rep. So I'm like, okay, let me try it out. He was
interesting.
pretty cool too. He wasn't like just hyping Drew Estate cigars. So that was one other cigar brand that he was
Yeah, because even
recommending.
as reps, like they don't always smoke, their brand. It's
Right, sure. Yeah, they're humans too. They probably get sick of
you worked
smoking
at a
their
car
brand.
dealership, you're selling Fords, you might be driving a Chevy. It doesn't mean, you know.
Yeah, sure. This was another boutique cigar. Man, they keep making these labels so small that and my eyesight's going too. This one's called the El Choco. Anyway, I don't even know anything about this, but it's a boutique brand. Um, I don't know if anyone's even familiar with this or not,
Oh,
but I'll smoke it and let you know. And then this one, what is this one? I don't even remember this one. Anyway, I don't even know what this is. This is let me see. Part of me wants to say it's Espinosa, but man, I have the double kappa. Wait, hold on.
I don't know. You're
It
bringing out
says
some really out there cigars.
yeah,
A lot of
that's
stuff I
what I'm
heard of.
saying. Like I think I'm not sure what this even is, but it may be something. There is a label on it, but man, it's so small that I can't even read it. It just says double kappa Toro. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows on the channel.
I, I, I never even seen it.
It's like I'm showing a cigar. I don't even know what the hell it is. But
Yeah,
what kind
yeah. Yeah, I think PG fucked you up when he couldn't light the cigar.
of? Yeah, I should do a better job of
What
figuring
the
out what
fuck,
what I'm
firm? You're
buying.
fired. You're fired. You're fired.
This one, I don't know anything about this brand. This is a
The
GTO,
fuck is that?
but this one just look. Have you seen
No.
this one
The fuck
before?
is that?
So yeah, I'm like pulling out all this stuff. So GTO I have seen before. This is the Don Emilio Limited Figurado Maduro. Um, I have seen GTO before, but not in a lot of shops. Where did I see it before? Anyway, it was in some other shop here in Tampa, but I did
That's
buy this in
odd. That's an
Alabama.
odd shaped cigar. What the fuck?
Yeah, super odd shaped, and then I'll just take it out of the wrapper. It actually looks pretty
No, it looks like
nice.
a nice stick though.
Yeah, the presentation is like wow, like they put some effort into this. I give them an A for effort. We'll see how it tastes, but maybe someone has smoked this before, but it's definitely pretty unique. But GTO is not. I don't think this is a new cigar. I don't think. But GTO, like I said, I guess it's a boutique brand. I don't know anything about the company. I probably should have done some research on the company. Um, but yeah, did I show this one already? I can't remember. I think I did. Protocol. I think I showed this one.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's gonna be.
protocol. I have. Yeah, I haven't smoked that one yet. I need to. And then here's another kind of example of what I was finding. Like this one. So this is the Avion. It's a
Heard of it.
Tatuaje.
Yeah, that's
It's not
tattoo.
new. Yeah, but I think this is like an. I haven't seen. I've heard of the Avion, but I haven't seen it anywhere. So I'm thinking that this is an example of like an old cigar, or maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe someone could
Well,
correct me if I'm
he had a
wrong.
couple cigars that were offshoots, and they don't make them no more. I don't think.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's the case with this one. I don't think they make it anymore, but I might be wrong. But there was just some stuff it was like a cigar museum at some of these shops in Alabama where they had stuff just probably sitting on shelves for a long time, and nobody really was picking them up. Oh, this is the Cloud Hopper. This is the size that I recommend. So if anyone's interested in a warped cigar, this is a pretty good one. Um, and then I picked up a bunch of like Espinosas that I haven't had before.
Did you try the Maduro today? The 601.
Yeah, the 601 Blue is good.
Good
It's a
cigar,
good
bro.
Maduro cigar. Yeah, I mean, I actually liked it better than the Warhead. Um,
I would
eh,
say that. I think the 601 Maduro is fantastic.
yeah, it's a good cigar. I have the green that I think I've smoked them before, but I just didn't pay attention when I smoked them. I only had it like once. So yeah, the 601 Blue's good. There's really nothing bad to say about it. Even that LFD Cameroon, I don't want to like shit on it because it wasn't a bad cigar. It wasn't a standout for me. It's not something I'm probably
Well,
gonna
maybe
remember.
size. Maybe the chisel fucked that up. The
It
chisel
might be.
is a unique shape, and unlike let's say like a torpedo or something, that chisel shape I think it could really affect. I think it's almost too small.
Yeah, and and also I'm wondering if it came out in a chisel a long time ago and it was just sitting there, maybe it lost some of
Yeah,
its
I wouldn't want an
off.
aged Cameroon cigar. They don't need that. If it's
No.
already aged, and then you don't need more
It's like
time
too mellow. Yeah,
to
it's
get
gonna be
too weak.
too flat. It was almost
Yeah,
like flat. That's
yeah.
kind of what
I
I
wouldn't
got
want
from
like
it.
a Cameroon with a couple years on top of it. I don't think it's necessary at all.
Yeah. It almost like all the flavor was just kind of gone. I was just
Yeah.
smoking something that just didn't have really much complexity or
There's
anything.
the reason
So
why
I'm
you don't
thinking,
see Cameroon cigars with 10-year age on it. I don't think it's necessary.
right. Yeah. Have you seen this one before? It's a maybe I don't think this is a new one, but it's a Espinosa a Special, I guess. Um I haven't seen this one before, but again, it may not be a
I
new
don't think yes.
cigar.
I thought there was a 10th anniversary one, but I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, I hadn't either, so I picked that one up. And then I picked up just some random stuff. Like this is I think Luciano, which I'm not deluxe. I'm not sure if this is Crown Heads. I think there might be some association with Crown Heads on this one. Um, I'm not really sure. Oh, sorry. This is another for people like Caldwell. This is another one I haven't tried. 15 Minutes of Fame is what it's called.
Dude,
It's like
every
a.
that you brought out, I have no idea what the fuck.
That's
That's a
why I
great.
bought. Yeah, that's why I bought these cigars because I was like, "What the hell are these?" Like I hadn't seen them before. So part of me wonders if they're old and they've just been sitting there for a while, and were lines that just maybe just didn't become popular. Um,
Well, there's a lot of cigars that get discontinued that by brands that are even still around. Sometimes they just, let's say if a cigar is limited quantity or it's not that popular, they just move on. They're not going to tell you. It's just like, oh, we don't have it no more.
yeah. So yeah, cigar room they had so many cigars at that one cigar room lounge, and I think that because they had such a huge stock, there's probably a lot of stuff that just gets lost in the sauce, and um, you know, people just aren't picking up, and they just keep them there on the shelves. So it's kind of cool in that respect, that you might be able to find something that is no longer in production.
Mhm.
So I think that was kind of the case with me. But then again, I'm not 100% sure some of the cigars I bought that I thought were rare are still in production. I'm not sure. Um, but I think that's pretty much all I have. Oh,
Oh,
sorry, one more. One more. I got this one's called the C Fumato in C major. That's a crazy name. This is a Crown Heads. This is another example of a Crown Heads that might be in production or might not be. S Fumato in C major. That's the name of this Crown Head cigar. I've never heard of it. I don't know anything about it, so we'll see. Yeah, so got a lot of cigars to try. Um,
like do you find like it's too much variables, or do you do you ever find you enjoy the journey, but you go back to the cigars like, or do you get mad? You try random stuff. You're like, oh, I wish I would have bought more.
Yeah,
What
so
happens?
yeah, every now and then I'll come across a cigar that I think is like a really like a box worthy cigar. And in those cases I usually will, if I see it again at a good price, I'll pick it up. Like the one I had, see, the other thing is a lot of times it's the first time it hits you and it's like, man, this thing is good. And then you try it again and it's like, I don't know. I didn't have the same experience. Like for example, the Warped Eagles Descent. First time I had it, it was like stellar cigar. Like I was really wowed by it. And then I had it again and I wasn't. I didn't have. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as the first time, and it almost tasted like a different cigar. So I think you definitely. My experience is you have to, even if you like a cigar, you got to try it more than once. Um, and sometimes it's the reverse. Sometimes you have a cigar and you didn't really care for it, and then you have it again, and then you're just like, wow, man, I wonder why I didn't have that same experience the first time. So I don't know if it's your mood or all the other variables that come into play.
Yeah,
Um,
I think going to different shops, you don't know how much time and
yeah.
generally letting cigars stay at a lounge is not good because they're too moist.
Yeah, there's so many variables. That's the problem is that, but usually if I have a cigar that I like and then I try it again and let's say I don't like it, then I'm like I got to try it a third time to, confirm because if, you have two completely different experiences.
I think the only
Um,
way to get true consistent control is if you buy a box and you have it in your own house in the same
sure.
climate.
Yeah, sure.
At least you know the time on the cigar. You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Like when you go especially you get a lot of stuff like let's say in these Lucy bins or clearance bins, you could get that stuff could have been sitting in a lounge for 5 years and then they dump it over. You know what I'm saying though? It's a lot of variables.
Yeah. Yeah. Evan was saying he likes Metallica. You might want to try the black in that. You might like the black. And then, this is a great cigar. I recommended this one to PG, the Illusione Rothschild.
Yeah, it's a
It's
good.
like it's a good cigar. I tried the Connecticut version of this. This is the Maduro, but the Connecticut I thought was even um, better than the Maduro, and it's like $5-6.
Yeah,
And for
it's
that
it's
price,
very
man,
very
it's a
cheap.
phenomenal stick.
They sold a lot in New York. They're very price conscious. I'm not gonna say it's a top tier cigar, but it's enjoyable for what it is. You know.
Yeah, I mean, my experience, if you can pick it up for $5-6, definitely try it. I mean, I was actually considering buying a box of if I because it would be a cheap box. Like maybe $100, probably less than $100
Yeah.
online because probably get a good deal on it. But I'm a big fan of Illusione. Like the Prive is one that I think I kept going back to at the shop when I saw it. And I had it. I really liked it. Kept going back and back to it, and then I was like, you know what? This is a cigar I'm going to buy a box of because I've had it many times, and I was impressed each time. So that's an example of like where I try a cigar and then buy a box, but I don't typically buy a box. I'll tell you what. One cigar that I had a really good experience with recently I mean, I had a lot of good experiences, but like the ESG was a standout. The Davidoff number one, I had that one night in Alabama. Although I was telling PG, I kind of when I was talking to you, I lost track of like the flavors I was getting, but I smoked it for a while before I came on that night, and I could just tell then that's an amazing cigar. I mean, probably most Davidoffs are going to be box worthy. It's just they're so expensive, and
Yeah,
then
that's the
the
thing.
the
It's just the price, but
yeah
the phenomenal sticks. Very high quality. Very very. You're paying not just for the flavor, which the flavor on all Davidoffs, they're always like balanced. It's never like a one sided cigar, and that's they really like advertise that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like about and even transitions they advertise about. The first third's gonna be like this. The second third's gonna be like that. So they're really, you know what I'm saying? They're really into complexity and balance.
yeah. Well, I'm definitely gonna pick up another one of those number ones, and then the EPC TAA. No, sorry, EPC the EPC. Yeah, sorry, the EPC TAA that I had that one recently, and that was a really good cigar. Based off the one, I would buy a box because they were like $10 a stick, but I'm gonna try it again. I actually went back to the shop, so that was a case where I try a cigar, I really like it. It's at a really good price, $10. Um, I mean I probably would have paid $15 for it if I had to, but for $10 I think it was a steal. But I bought two more of them to try out just to
Mhm.
confirm whether or not I get the same experience as the first time. And then the Tatuaje PCA, that's a good cigar too. I bought more of those to try out. That's this one actually. The it doesn't say PCA on it. It just says Kappa Especial.
Mm.
But this one's um, a pretty good cigar if you like Tatuaje and you like dark cigars.
Well, I'll tell you,
So
the Tesla you sent me was solid. The Tesla,
yeah,
solid.
yeah,
And then the other one, the Monster, dude. The Tesla was more powerful and darker
yeah,
and stronger,
yeah,
but the Monster had almost beautiful flavor. It was still pretty strong, but
yeah.
dude, I
Monsters are
say,
good.
yeah, but dude, Tatuaje's his best shit is his Monster series. That's my opinion.
So you gotta try. You have to try the that one that I just mentioned, the PCA. I think that one will impress you. It's not cheap though. That's the problem. It's like 14, $15 here, so it might be running like 18, 19, $20 elsewhere. But if you can get it for 14, $15, I would recommend that one. Actually, I picked up another monster. This is the Chucky,
Yeah,
the
dude.
skinny monster.
Monster stuff's
Um,
fun. I gotta say, probably this next month coming up, the rest of the month, I'm really gonna be, if not reviewing, just smoking stuff that I enjoy, but on the more price conscious because I'm going to New York at the end of the month, end of March, April, to see my daughter 5 days. So
okay,
I'm trying to just
yeah, get
I
it.
could cut my cigar budget in half. That's just more spending money when I go see my kid. You know, not that I don't have the
Yeah,
down there, but I'm just ahead of time. I can still have a good time, but if I, you get what I'm saying though, I'm just trying.
yeah. You can't go buck wild and
Well, yeah,
buying
yeah, still got
cigars, and
a good
they're
time, but
expensive.
this month I don't think I'm gonna be buying tons of Padrones and Opus that like I want to. I could afford it, but I'm gonna be putting that money aside because, dude, every time I when I go to New York to see my kid, so the flight was the cheap part, $200, but
Oh, that's
everything
good flight.
else, it's and my brother lets me. He's gonna stay at his house and borrow his car, so that's fantastic. But taking my daughter out every day, it's I can easily drop $200 to $300 a day. So in five
Oh
days,
yeah,
let's say $1,500.
oh
So
yeah,
and that's on top of you still have rent and child support. So that's just an added expense. So it could get when I
oh
go to see
yeah.
my
It's
daughter, it's
crazy.
not cheap.
Well,
It's
food, and then a lot of people don't even factor in tolls. Like if you're going to be crossing
oh
bridges, man, the tolls are like ungodly. Like
yeah,
I remember the Lincoln Tunnel used to be. I mean, it was expensive back in the day, but it might have been like let's say $10. Now
dude,
it's probably like over $20. I
yeah,
imagine too.
$25. But even on gas, like so,
Oh
my
yeah,
brother's car is an SUV. I use $20 a day in gas because I'm driving. When I go on vacation in New York, I'm not sitting around. Okay, I go over here and then okay, go over here with my kid. Oh, my kid's got to do, let's say, go to dance class. Well, in those 3 hours, I might go visit. two places or two or three friends, and just yeah, I try to and I drive. I miss I go to my old neighborhoods, and I'm always driving around. So,
Yeah.
um, I,
And then
I get
food,
yeah yeah.
food
And
prices.
going out to New York is
Oh
astro
yeah. I bet
astronomical.
hot dogs are like $10 now.
Yeah, no, but like
Pretzels and hot dogs
but
and
every
knishes.
night I'm taking my daughter out for sushi. I'm taking her out for like clams and like super depeche, expensive stuff, Italian restaurants, and I take her out to a
Yeah.
steakhouse. I enjoy it though. So this
Yeah.
time around, I'm gonna, just I'm planning a little more. Instead of putting shit on credit cards, just bring more cash.
Well, there's a lot of even though New York is just an expensive place all around, you could still do things relatively cheap that are like taking a walk through Central Park, or you
Yeah,
know they have that one park. It's like oh man, it's almost like a train station or something. It's like above ground. It's a
yeah.
pretty cool place.
But I'll tell
I can't remember the name of
you, I'm
it.
not taking my kid to the city. We're gonna be in Long Island because
Oh, okay.
it's not safe, and
Yeah.
it's not safe. So bringing a little girl to New York City. And now she's growing up. She's like 13. I'm not bringing my daughter there. No, no,
You go in
no,
the daytime, it's all right.
no. Yeah,
It's
dude, I'm telling
crazy though.
you. No, but it used to. I used to not worry about it. But in the past 2 years, the crime in New York City went up so high. So, no.
Yeah.
And I'm not strapped over there, so I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
You
not
gotta
taking.
be careful when you're not strapped.
Yeah, yeah. No, you know what I'm saying. No, I'm not. No, no. But
But
and
nobody's really strapped except the criminals.
yeah, oh yeah. Oh, sure. And the Notorious said he had two great cigars. He had the Corojo Leaf.
Leaf.
Which
Yeah.
that's my favorite one. That's the
Yeah,
best
the
one.
Leaf is a lot of people I think I mean people that know Oscar Valdez like know him, but a lot of people I don't think know him. But the thing about with Oscar is that he's really good with his branding, like so good that I think it would draw people that didn't know the brand to it because of all the like the funky labels he puts on and the Leaf brand with the leaf actual leaf as the wrapper,
Yeah,
or the not the wrapper, the casing of it, I guess.
the
The
cellophane has the
packaging, yeah.
cellophane.
It's so cool.
It's the Corojo Leaf. It's not a gimmick. It's a good cigar.
Yeah, and they have it in I had it in Maduro, Sumatra. They have it in many different varieties,
I've never tried Maduro.
yeah.
How was it good?
I actually I don't remember. I don't know for 100% certainty that I had the Maduro. I definitely had the Sumatra more than once.
Yeah.
So I remember the Sumatra being good, and the Corojo. I can't remember if I had the Corojo.
He also had the
Um,
Garcia. Jaime's a good cigar.
yeah, that's a good cigar too. But the Osaka likes the Oscar Valdez. I think it's like the 20th anniversary.
I think it's a
I might
10.
be wrong. 10th.
10th.
You're right. It's the 10th, but it's not a cheap cigar. It runs around like I see it on average like 18-20 dollars. But I had it and it was a good cigar. So that's another one I want to try again.
No, I think
But
Oscar's the kind of brand like if you're not into like if you're not in the if you go to Oscar, don't go for like the strong, super
yeah,
strong.
we're talking about it. Yeah,
They're really interesting, great branding, and I find them to be very smooth. Like really good cigars to like relax with and good flavor. Um, because he's more like a beach guy. Like you ever see him? He's like, "Yo, what's up, bro?" Chill dude. Yeah,
we're
exactly.
talking.
He's like,
He's like the Jimmy
yeah,
Buffett of
yeah,
cigars.
exactly. So I think if you're in that kind of stuff, and you're right, his marketing is very different. You could tell. I think
Yeah,
he smokes a lot of marijuana too. I think that I
probably.
think he's
He has like joints that are wrapped in the marijuana leaf.
the day they legalize marijuana with cigars, he will make a marijuana.
Oh god, yeah.
You
It'll
know,
probably sell really well too, because like people are gonna be, oh, this is so cool.
yeah,
Like aged marijuana leaf as the wrapper, or
exactly.
the wrapping of the casing of the
Yeah,
packaging.
imagine the day the Jewish state puts acid in acid cigars. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it
know,
may happen. In Alabama, I went to some brewery and they had like seltzer, and it had a warning. It said you will test positive for a drug test. And this is just a brewery in the at some popular place in Huntsville. It was like a family place. Like there was like food vendors all around, and yeah, they actually have seltzer that said it had a warning. So I guess this is the thing now. You got to be careful, because some people want to just order the seltzer or hard seltzer because that's what they like. not
So
even knowing.
it has marijuana seltzer.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's like something. I guess THC. And it had the warning there. So, but
Ah,
yeah, man, this is the age we live in. Especially you have a job where you got to be careful. You have to be extremely careful nowadays because it's just everywhere.
getting pulled over, you don't even realize you're high as fuck.
You
Holy
may not even know if you depend on what you order. And that happened to me somewhere else. I forget where I was, but I remember I was like I saw something. I was like I got to be extra careful. Oh, I think they even sell stuff like that in like liquor stores now, like stuff that has THC in it or CBD, whatever. CBD is everywhere, but I don't know if CBD will make you piss hot or not. But
I don't think so, but you know, I don't know. Like if you're putting like CBD cream on your back for pain, no. But if you like edibles, you gotta be careful with that shit. You know, I don't know.
yeah, I mean CBD is everywhere, but
Like
yeah,
New York, they just busted a bunch of like cigar shops that also sell like tobacco, cigarettes, and everything else, and they sell a lot like the bongs, but they were literally selling marijuana like not on the shelf, but they were just selling it. Like what I'm saying, like
yeah,
when I went back to New York in November, I asked the guy. I said, "So marijuana is legal in New York now for recreation?" And I was like, "So can you sell it?" He goes, "Well, I don't have the license yet to sell it here in the tobacco store." But he goes, "What do you want?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I'm good." He goes, "Yeah, whatever you want." He goes, "Give me 5 minutes. I'll have a guy here to sell you whatever you want." I'm like, "No, I'm good, bro." The guy did it. He's like, "No, I'll give you a good price." And I'm like, "Dude, I don't want marijuana." Like, but like, I have a guy here for 5 minutes. Like, what do you have a guy in 5 minutes? Like DVD guy driving around, good marijuana on bottom. Like, dude, the moment they legalized it, just because it's legal, there's still like a lot of rules. Like you have to have the license, and I'm sure you can only sell at a certain time, and you know what I'm saying though. Like you can only buy so much, but that just
yeah,
means that other stores, once it's legal, and but even though in a certain segment, people are still going to sell it illegally because they're like they don't even care anymore. You know what I'm saying though? And
yeah,
those guys aren't paying any taxes. So this cigar shop was literally like, "I'll get you the marijuana right now," and I was like, "No,
yeah.
good." I didn't tell you, but I was like, "No, I just want Monte Cristo, not marijuana." But dude, he was flat out like, "I'll get it for you in 5 minutes." Like,
Man,
dude,
yeah, this is the age we live in nowadays, and even the vaping, they got the marijuana vaping, and you wouldn't even know someone's getting high next to you 'cause
dude,
they're vaping.
I think by next year they're gonna just be selling cocaine like at the ice cream store. They're like, "Hey, you want some topping?" They're like, "No, I'm good, bro." You know, you know,
Illicit toppings.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like, no, officer, I was eating ice cream.
yeah, dude. Yeah,
We
yeah,
heard that story before.
yeah. They're gonna put it in the Starbucks coffee. Did you want some
Yeah.
sugar in that? Oh yeah, it was some sugar. You know, I mean,
Like
dude,
caffeine isn't enough of a stimulant, they
yeah,
go nowadays. Well, like the young kids, I think you talk about heart attacks. Like another contributor to that would be all these caffeinated drinks. I mean, they got like ungodly levels of caffeine in some of
dude.
these
Like,
drinks that.
like people drinking the Monster and the Red Bull. Like if you're drinking on a regular basis, you got to stop. That shit is terrible for you.
Well, it's like popular. Like it's like a lot of the young kids not just young kids, young adults too, and even older adults. Sometimes people need that caffeine to get them through the day, but it's like, what's at what point does like the extreme? It's always going to be like the extreme, whatever, extreme Red Bull or whatever.
Yeah,
You kind of wonder like at what point is the caffeine level become like dangerous? It already probably is dangerous, but it's just gonna there's gonna be a you know a escalation
dude.
in
Dude,
caffeine.
yeah, yeah, dude. This guy at my job, he told me him and his friends they mix, and I'm like, "What do you mean mix? Like you never mix?" I'm like, "No." He goes, "Bro, we make our own concoctions." He goes, "We make a Monster Bowl." I'm like, "What's Monster Bowl?" He goes, "We take a jar and we put Monster and Red Bull. We mix it together." I'm like, "You're fucking out of your mind,
Yeah.
dude." Can
Well,
you?
your body just gets used because the whole thing with caffeine is like it stimulates your body to produce adrenaline, right?
Dude,
Isn't it
this
adrenaline?
guy does not look in good health. He's like 10 years younger than me, and like he looks in bad health. Like, dude, like he's the kind of guy that like he gets to work at 6 in the morning and he drinks two Dr. Peppers at 6 in the morning. Like, holy shit. Like, dude, like he's just drinking all this caffeine and sugar all day, never drinks water. And if you're mixing Red Bull and Monster, Like, bro, like you because they'll stay up. These young kids play video games 24 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Like
yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah,
yeah, it's fucking nuts. And yeah,
they were
he's right.
talking about.
Denver, they decriminalized everything with mushrooms and acid and all this bullshit. So they don't, dude. People out here are so fucked up. People out here in Colorado are fucked up.
You know, you kind of wonder what percentage of the population is just constantly high.
Dude, I'm like probably the only person in Colorado.
Who isn't high?
I don't
Who?
do drugs. I don't even. I have like one drink a week. I have like one drink a week. Sometimes maybe two a week. That's yeah. I
It's
don't
like
know.
the Mile High Club. We didn't mean it to be actually high.
Yeah,
Well, I guess when you're that's the whole point of it is there's a Mile High Club, right? Like
yeah, you're right, dude. People out here are fucked up. You know, and out here, like when you drink out here, you get drunk faster and you get high faster. Yeah, I'm telling you,
yeah,
it doesn't take as much. So for me, if I, you know, what I'm saying though, the times I had like three or four drinks at home, it fucked me up. Where in New York, if I was over there, I could have, maybe a couple, and it wouldn't even bother me. But
yeah. Goody was talking about marijuana cigars. I guess they have marijuana laced cigars in Colorado. He said.
well, I think they do sell like big stuff. Like I don't do that stuff, so I don't, but yeah, I'm sure they do, and people get fucked up. But yeah, yeah, pretty soon you're gonna go to like a candy machine, and they're gonna, oh, did you want that Fanta with fentanyl? Oh yeah.
What if it becomes like so popular that like the big name brands start making like
Oh
drug and laced cigars, but like Fuente or something? I don't think
yeah,
Fuente would ever do that, but I'm just saying you never know. There's some boutique brands that I
yeah,
think would
yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah. What would you name it? Like
Yeah.
I, something, man. They'll make a curly head with meth, and stuff like that, But
That would be the next naming thing,
yeah,
naming cigars with funny names for the
yeah,
drug laced cigars.
yeah. Well, same thing with cigarettes, man. They're probably gonna start having like marijuana cigarettes, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's coming. It's just a matter of time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
But
yeah, we're at the yeah exactly, bro. We're at the point where I don't. We have
anything goes.
we have cat people. Like there was I saw this person in charge of a school district and like a political appointee, and she's like on the board, and she's the main person sitting in the high chair, and she's wearing fucking cat ears, and at the same time she was saying, like, she literally said, we need to outlaw Christianity and Christians have no right to be in our school. And like, imagine like this, and she was fat. Imagine a fat cat lady telling people, imagine any other religion. Imagine if you said, we can't have Muslims or we can't have Jews. She was literally saying, I don't want any Christians in my school. And she was a cat. Like, she was a satanic cat. Like, what the
Was she
fuck?
like meowing and licking herself and drinking milk?
Yeah, like, and she's like, "Hail Satan!" You're like, "Oh, chill out, lady." Like it's like laughable. It's insanity. She literally was on the board, and screaming about she hates Christians and she's a cat. Like, what the fuck is
Yeah, interesting. Wow.
that? Well, dude, imagine going to see the principal and it's a cat.
And they get like a surgical implant for a tail.
It's,
It's like tails moving in the background.
she said, "Let me tell you something. You're in trouble, right? Meow." He said,
Do you have 9 lives? That's what I would want to know. Like, do you really have 9 lives? Otherwise, you're not really a cat.
Oh, dude, and let me tell you something. Cat people, they smell like shit because,
Oh, kitty
dude,
litter.
dude, I'm not, bro. That's why I told you, my kid's mother took my daughter at a public school because a few years ago on Long Island, they allowed all these kids to be animals, and they started putting kitty litter. They had kitty litter so you could take a shit in kitty litter. And my kid's mother's like, no, 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 you're out.
Yeah.
No, no more public school because, dude, that was the last straw. Because like, how crazy is that? At what point? What else are they doing in school now? Like, like I don't know, man. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. Dog people, I might get along with, but cat
yeah,
people, yeah, I don't think there's a chance.
yeah,
Dog
we're-
people are just friendly.
Yeah, that's
You throw a ball, they chase it.
dude, I saw this video. This guy took his wife for a walk.
Wow. He's a
No,
dog person or a cat person. I don't
no,
know.
the wife was on a leash and
Oh, jeez.
she was walking like a dog on all fours at a park. I'm not even, and she was like sniffing people, and she was and people were
Humping their leg. Hopefully, she didn't go that far. That's sexual assault.
yeah, no, but she was walking around. He was giving her treats. I couldn't believe it. His wife is a dog.
I think when you go to New York, I imagine like New York's gonna be one of those places where you see a lot of crazy shit. You always see crazy shit in New
Yeah,
York. Like the subways, like I watch YouTube videos, all the shit that goes on in the subways.
no,
There's some pretty cool stuff, but definitely some crazy stuff. But
dude,
yeah, you just
dude,
gotta
I've
be
been
careful.
and people come on and they're like, "All right, everybody, listen up. This is a show," and people start doing
Yeah, right.
like a show. And these guys were doing like a circus Olay in the subway, like they were
Yeah,
doing
right.
wheels and they were flipping around and the
Yes.
handlebars they were hanging upside down like
Yeah.
these, and I couldn't believe it. And then I saw a person walking their cat. I didn't know you could walk a cat, but people
Yeah,
were
I
walking.
didn't either.
It freaked me out,
Maybe it was a person that you thought was a cat.
dude. I, it's just so weird, man. Like I don't know, man. I think the world's got. That's like you said. There's definitely going to be marijuana cigars because at this point, nobody cares. You
What's
know,
stopping it? Yeah, what's
yeah,
stopping it? Nothing really.
not no. Like if you can imagine it, someone's doing it. You know,
You
and
might have kitty litter cigars or like, catnip, catnip.
yeah, cat. You're right. Yeah, why not? You're gonna yeah, you're gonna have dog treats with CBD and marijuana. You know, your dog's gonna be getting high. You
Oh,
know,
they already got that. Well, they don't
do
have
they?
marijuana, but they have CBD. Yeah, that's a big thing for dogs is CBD for dogs, because my dog is afraid of fireworks. I won't give my dog CBD. I'm not giving my dog CBD, but that's a thing. CBD for dogs. I imagine they got it for like cats too.
It's
But
getting
yeah, yeah, it's
fucked up.
already here. That's already here. That's old news.
Yeah, dude, imagine now your dog's got to go to rehab. You know what the
Yeah.
fuck?
12-step program for your
Yeah,
dog. You gotta sit there with
yeah.
your dog.
Hi everyone. My name is Spot. Hi. This is fucked up, dude. Our ancestors are laughing.
Oh man. Can you
Like you know.
imagine you brought back our founding fathers and be like, this is what the Constitution led to. Well,
Yeah,
it's not the Constitution's fault, but
yeah.
this is
No,
what I guess the First Amendment might have contributed to
yeah. This is what happens with
it.
society that lasts long enough, and when you have enough peace, like in America, where you don't have to fight for what you had, people just they get
It's like,
delusional.
why go to war anymore? It's like, I'm fighting for rights, but they're not the rights that I really want, so I'm
Yeah,
not going to war.
yeah, yeah. No, like, dude, like this pat, yeah, dude. I mean, so you're saying you're not gonna shit in kitty litter?
Yeah, I can't even smell. I hate the smell of kitty litter. I don't even want it like around me, let alone going into like a public bathroom and there's like a little kitty litter box there.
Oh, bro. Well, bro,
Yeah,
can you imagine a public bathroom that has kitty litter? Imagine that would.
that's what I'm saying. That would be
Oh,
horrible. That would
oh,
be, yeah. It's bad enough to smell, or even worse, a porta potty with kitty
yeah,
litter.
yeah. Well, then, do you have like a male cat room and a female cat room, or is it just for all the cats? You know?
You got a family cat room too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It,
you're not changing diapers at that point. I don't know what you're changing. Or
nah,
they have diapers for pets too. So I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe.
dude. I just think we reached the point. You know, like dude, I just watched a bunch of videos today on YouTube about a bunch of men talking about their periods, and I'm like, how are men having periods? And they're like, we have periods too, and I'm like,
The marinara.
yeah. And now they're advertising tampons for men. Where do you put them?
Wow,
Where do you put them?
interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that.
yeah, dude,
You don't want
it's
to put it in your urethra. That would be pretty painful.
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's
That's one place you don't want to put a tampon.
oh, it's there's literally a bunch of grown men walking around with tampons up their ass. What
What
the?
if it gets so bad that like people move into like it just gets to the point where it's like I got to move out of this state, but then that state becomes like an animal state. Like it's just
Yeah,
everyone's an animal.
yeah,
It's like a zoo.
You're gonna be a snake, or you're gonna shed your skin. Oh, my skin. Um, dude. I don't know. I mean, are we gonna have fish people living in the water? Are you gonna get like fish gills put in your neck? And
I think the concern is that it's probably such a small percentage of the population that's doing it, but that it might catch on. You know,
dude,
maybe.
I saw
Yeah.
this video that this person got tired of shitting and wiping their ass. So okay, do you know like if you get like a certain surgery, they'll have to redirect your colon so you get a colostomy bag. You know how they do that? So basically,
No.
remove your colon from your asshole, and they attach it to the side of your stomach, and you have like a hole in your stomach, and they put like an adapter, and then you connect your bag to it. So basically, you're just shitting in a bag through your stomach. Does that make any sense?
Basically, shit's coming out of your belly button, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, attached to a bag. It's called a colostomy bag. Now, that's generally reserved for people
Oh
for
yeah,
for
that's
like
not a good thing. Yeah, you don't be
right.
walking around with like a bag of
But
shit
what
that
I'm
you have
saying
to
is,
carry.
what I'm saying normally, that's the last ditch effort so you don't die. Now people are doing it so they don't have to shit in a toilet bowl anymore. It's like, oh yeah, it's great. I don't have to use the bathroom. I just, and this girl's like,
Shit in a bag.
she's like, I'm shitting right now. And she was a pretty girl. She goes, you wouldn't even know I'm shitting right now.
I might have to do that though if all the public bathrooms have kitty litter in them, just to avoid having to go into the public bathroom.
Bro, imagine having your asshole removed and put into your stomach uh, for luxury. We are just,
You definitely don't want to put your finger in that person's belly button. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, no, no. And then you got people that have their legs cut off because they want to be in a wheelchair. The legs are fine, but they have their legs cut off so they could be disabled, so you can
To
get,
get disability payments.
yeah,
Yeah.
get
Well,
handicapped. But it's also the attention, like, oh, I'm in a wheel. So imagine like not even feeling bad for someone in a wheelchair because they did it. They had their legs cut off for luxury.
yeah. These. It doesn't surprise me that these people exist
No, but
in
no
our
one's
world. I
that.
still don't think it's a huge population. We're talking probably. I'm hoping this is a very, very. I would imagine it's
Yeah,
a
but
very
what
small population, but
doctor is doing this? Who's doing them? Normally, would you have your leg removed because of infection, or you get into a terrible car accident and they can't save it? Who gets their leg removed because they ask for it? Yeah, I'd like to
yeah,
cut off my legs. Why?
it's probably like a black market doctor, like you'd see in Minority Report or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. No, dude, people get it done. Or they want metal legs. Like I said, like it's
Yeah,
one
our
thing.
tax money shouldn't be going to like voluntary disabled people. That's where I draw the line.
Yeah,
Disabled people, yeah, I have no problem with my tax money going to them.
yeah,
Voluntarily disabled, no, we have a problem there.
yeah. Like imagine sitting there and you're like, I work from home and I don't like to walk. I'm done with these legs.
I guess you could be voluntarily poor too.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah, dude. Like I said, we're just at the point where it's insanity is the new normal, and people that are not insane, like they're like, man, you're just disabled phobic, and you're like, no, like I don't think you should cut off your legs because you want closer parking. You know?
you might even get someone that like cuts off their legs and dresses up like a cat. You get like a combination of just all the crazies
Yeah.
in
Well,
like
you have disabled
one
cat people.
box.
Hey, firm, disabled cat people's a real thing. All right, all right.
But they can't land on they can't land on their feet.
He said cat amputee. Yeah, dude. It's the end of the world.
Yeah.
Smoke
I
your
guess
best.
you got to look at things on the bright side. There's still some normal people around. You just got to, make
I,
friends with them.
I don't know, bro. I,
I'll have to find a dog person though. It'd be kind of interesting to see if my dog gets along with them or not.
I don't know, man. It's
Yeah.
we've reached point insanity. We're we're imploding. It is what it is.
Funny
Yeah,
thing is, Ybor City is actually known like to be kind of like a weird place. Like even though they have like the cigar lounges and the bars and restaurants, it's actually like a place where a lot of strange things happen. I'll just say that. So if I see if I s- the things you're mentioning, it wouldn't surprise me if I see it sometime like in Ybor City. I just imagine sitting outside smoking at a lounge, and then I just see like a group of like fluffies or whatever furries
Well,
walking
yeah,
by.
get a transgender furry volunteer disabled woman, and
Yeah, I'm gonna have to swipe left on those if I see 'em
yeah,
on the dating apps. Actually, I might just like want to learn more about them. I might have to swipe right just to like talk to them. Be like, what the hell were you thinking?
yeah,
What led to this, and
yeah.
how can I avoid it?
It's sad.
TikTok.
I,
It's probably TikTok.
I have,
This is the Chinese plan of trying to
yeah,
take over the world. Is just turn us
yeah.
all
I
into
think the 5G
animals.
radiation is dude. I have a cousin that when I grew up, and we all knew he was 4'5'1" and whatever. He was always very feminine, so whatever. He grew up like that, and then he came out okay. It was my cousin, but then he's like, no, I'm gonna become a woman, and he was not a pretty woman, and then now he's a woman, and he's not a pretty woman, and he got married to a guy, but the guy was used to be a woman and whatever. Okay, right. And then like a few months ago, and he was a cop. Um,
Mm,
I forget what city. I forget where was it. I think it was Minneapolis. Anyways, he blew his brains out, and he was
yeah.
all. And my cousin, I say he because I knew him as a he, but
Mm,
now he's a she.
mm.
She was like, "Oh, I can't believe he did this." And, he blew his head off, and I'm like, "Well, if I was married to you, I'd probably blow my head off." Like,
You didn't say that, I hope, but
no, I didn't
got
say
it.
it. I mean, dude,
But you thought it.
you had a guy that's a girl married to a girl that's a guy, and he blew his head off, and I'm like,
Mm.
imagine if you're like the detective, and you have the paperwork, you're just sweating because it says like sex, is it a male or female victim? You're like sweating. You're like, oh my god. Uh,
Yeah.
like, what do you write down? What do you write down?
Well, the worst is if it was, a cat woman. It definitely adds a layer of complexity to the whole situation. Was it even a crime?
It
You
was.
know, we're talking about cats now.
Uh,
I don't
oh,
even know.
he put himself to sleep. You said,
You send the body to the vet,
yeah,
the vet morgue.
it's-
That's what I would do. That's what they would have wanted.
yeah, you know how
Not even
like
a pet cemetery.
yeah, but you know how like they have people that when the animal dies, they have it stuffed. They put it on the fireplace or something.
Yeah.
You're gonna have people stuffed, like
Just a stuffed head.
it's just,
You get in a restaurant or something. It's like,
dude.
yeah, that's how they wanted to be remembered.
Yeah, I can't believe my husband did this, and I'm like,
Yeah, well,
I
some
believe it.
things aren't a shock.
Yeah, I mean,
You just kind of saw it coming.
oh my god, like
And some people have to learn on their own. You know what I mean? That's their journey.
I couldn't keep on. I had to block him on Facebook because the pictures he was posting, I couldn't.
Uh,
It's, I
hey, that's their right. I mean, whatever,
yeah, sure, but
whatever makes you happy. But yeah,
I don't have to look at it, and I don't
yeah. If it's on Facebook, I guess if it's like a family Facebook page and they're sharing, I guess there's like tasteful, pictures, but then there's stuff that like definitely like, you don't want to see it.
yeah, dude,
PDA, too much PDA.
yeah, dude, yeah,
Well, good luck on your trip to New York. I hope hopefully you don't get attacked by a bunch of cat people
no,
and
no,
dog people and they
yeah,
might. I'm sure you're gonna see some crazy shit like some. I'm sure there's gonna be some kind of like robotic thing, like whether it be like a robotic dog walking through Central Park or just something crazy.
next you're gonna have 451 robots. That's gonna happen next.
We'll see.
Yeah, like, oh, you're gonna have the Terminator. You're gonna have the Trans Terminator. You know. You know.
Oh, yeah, Apple is releasing a VR headset. I think that's going to be the future. Is going to be the whole. Well, the metaverse didn't really pan out the way I guess what's his
The
name
meta.
wanted it to. But yeah, apparently Apple's coming out with VR. I could see the future like AI. You remember the movie AI
Yeah.
with like the prostitutes that are robots? Like I could definitely see that. They
Yeah.
already have like AI girlfriends and boyfriends on
Yeah,
apps. You could just
dude,
download them on your app, and you can talk to an AI. And
yeah,
apparently, you might have a better conversation than with a
yeah,
person.
maybe, but dude, they already have. I told you they have the service here in Colorado. They will deliver you a sex doll, and they deliver it to you. I told you, it's called Denver Doll. You can look at the website, Denver Dolls. Dolls. And when I first came here, I saw like these black Suburbans, like Chevy Suburbans, and it is a big advertisement, Denver Dolls, and say,
Wow.
and so I'm like, what is this? So I Googled it, and sure enough, and I called them up because I just want to play detective. I'm like, oh, so what do you guys do? And is this legal? And the guy's like, oh, it's totally legal. He goes, we deliver the doll. I'm like, how do you deliver the doll? He goes, it's in a black duffel bag. I'm like, it's in a body bag? He goes, no, 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 it's a duffel bag. And he goes, we drop the duffel bag at your door and we ring the doorbell. And
And
then
we
when,
run. We just
yeah, yeah.
run.
So imagine your neighbors seeing a body bag dropped off. It's like a 200-pound doll. You drag it into your house, then but then he said, he goes,
I'll talk back.
this. He goes, if you want basically only 30 minutes, the driver will stay outside, and but he
Tag
goes,
and bag.
you're like, I'm done, and or imagine like,
I don't want to be the handler for that bag.
yeah,
You know,
uh,
yeah, that's a horrible job.
I'll go with that. So then he says, but if you keep it for more than an hour, you get charged by the hour. And he goes, whenever you're done, he goes, just put it back in the bag, and then you call us, and then we'll come pick it up. Who is picking up these bodies? Okay, and then he goes, we also provide a service where we could bring it to a hotel and we'll put it in a hotel room for you. He goes, we have hotels that we work with exclusively. So he goes, well, you tell me, what do you want the doll
Exclusively.
dressed up as? And when you come into
Wow.
the doll will be waiting for you. He goes, or you could have two dolls, and the doll, yeah,
I didn't think of that.
yeah, oh yeah, dude,
Two body bags.
yeah. And then I said, but wait a second, these are not one-time use. He goes, no, no, we have a professional company that steam cleans the dolls inside.
Oh, so they use them again. They
Yeah,
reuse
no, these
them.
dolls cost $5,000. They're expensive.
Oh, jeez,
No, they're
man. Do they
realistic.
talk to you? Do they have AI built in? Because that's going to be the next. That's going to be
They,
version two.
you, I'll explain that. They do have electronics, and they have a motor in the mouth. The mouth simulates motion, and um, and they do make sound effects, and which is insane. And
This is
yeah,
how AI started. This is like, they're going to do a prequel to AI. It's going to be like it's just going to end up being like a real world version of reality TV. It'll be a reality TV version of this.
yeah, bro. And here's the thing: they said they have someone they steam clean it, and then they check the dolls with black lights to make sure there's no DNA.
Ah, come on.
Bro,
They bleach them and they
yeah,
like do it. They just dip them in acid or
yeah,
something, just for a second.
so can you imagine this warehouse with like 20 dolls that are naked and people just like, running lice all over their asshole? Like, dude,
Oh man.
who is doing what? These are things of nightmares. Can you imagine the driver? Like, you see him like driving and you see him just pull over real quick and hop in the back. And
What if you go into a lounge and just like you think you're talking to somebody, but it's really like one guy who just rented the lounge out and just filled it with these dolls.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Do they do bachelor parties? You know what I'm saying? No,
Oh man.
yeah, dude, you could. Because think of it, you could rent that and have all your boys over, and everyone gets a turn. I guess disgusting. Just
It's like
disgusting.
Eyes Wide Shut doll edition.
Yeah, yeah. Or you get some like psycho, like he brings the doll, and like he shoots the doll or something like that. He's, I don't know how much more they charge if you damage the doll. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
they have those places now. They're like not panic rooms. They have like these places where you just go and take out
Yeah,
your rage, and they just break things. They're gonna probably bring the dolls in there too. They dress them up like your
but
boss or something.
they confirm they've always had those rage places. It's called domestic abuse. People smash them. You know, you know.
But people pay money to break things. It's kind of interesting concept. I've never been to those places. There's
But
actually one in Tampa.
I believe, but this is where we're at. Where I'm telling you, this is the future. people are ordering dolls, and
Mhm.
and I said, "Is this really a thing?" He goes, "Oh yeah, well, it's really profitable." He goes, "Just people don't want to get caught or get catch a disease or get I said, "Well, what if the guy's wife finds out?" He's like, "Well, it's not a person." I'm like, "Yeah, okay." Like, imagine your wife comes home and you're in bed with this robot. Like,
It's not what you think. They can't run out the window, I can explain. No, you can't.
I
I guess
just
just the thought of cheating is bad
okay.
enough.
When you're done having sex, and let's say if a girl's there you don't like, and afterwards you just feel shame. Imagine the shame. You're all done, and there's just a doll sitting there.
But
Saying,
you kinda wonder, like, you got a doll sitting next to you, do you talk to it? Do you not talk to it? I'd be more worried about someone that talked to it.
I think I want to rent one of those just to do a cigar review with, and just see if she likes the cigar. You know,
That would be hilarious, man. Like, one day you just come on, it's just a doll just sitting there.
and
You're
know
just
what's crazy too? They have a doll of every size and every race.
oh, jeez.
So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Though, like,
Like a BBW doll.
yeah, they have any color you want, any ethnicity. They have a doll for. How crazy? First of all, who's making these dolls?
Oh, I don't know, but it might be if it does well, I wanna invest.
Like,
Do they have a public stock option? I can
well,
see this thing taking off.
yeah. What do you do? I think it's Mattel. I think it's probably Mattel, the Barbie doll.
Gee, it's a giant Barbie doll. Wow,
But
interesting.
but not for nothing. What are you gonna do? Order an Uber ride? Have the hey, put the doll in the car. Yeah, take it to this address.
It's like a big Barbie Corvette or something
Yeah,
that
yeah.
it drives in. Well, I'm
Dude,
telling you, as soon as AI becomes popular, it's gonna be robots. It's what's gonna end up happening. This is, you take that doll and you actually put like something in it that can talk and
yeah,
people can have a conversation with it. Yeah,
yeah.
it's coming.
Dude, I can't stress it enough, man. That like you need to Google this website because it's a real thing, and I can't
I
believe.
believe it.
No, no, dude.
That's the sad thing is I don't even have to Google it because I believe you 100%. I actually
Yeah,
saw a something about a guy. This has been going on for a while because there was like I remember seeing some show that it was a guy who had one of these dolls and he took it everywhere with him and
yeah.
he like treated it like it was his wife or girlfriend and so yeah, it doesn't surprise me one bit.
Dude, I heard of a story. I think it was in Texas or Florida. It was a whorehouse, but all he had was dolls, and he's and
Wow.
and he went to court.
Dollhouse.
Like, he's like, it's not prostitution. He's like, these are dolls. He's like, so what are you gonna? I think the court was like, they didn't even know what to do. Like, what do you like? Basically, he was a pimp, and he was, he had
Pimping
the
out dolls.
yeah, he had the doll set up, and it's no one.
Slapping around a little bit.
Yeah, but nobody's getting hurt. He was running a brothel with dolls, and in
Yeah.
reality, maybe that's the future because now you don't have to worry about people being kidnapped or forced into that. You just have dolls. You
Well,
know,
does that guy have any competitors? Because if not, I think we should all pitch, pitch our money in and go into the doll business.
problem with the doll, like I said, I think is if you could do it right, it's going to cost a lot of money in sanitization.
Oh god, yeah, because you gotta hire people to do that too. Like, who would want to? You have to pay them pretty good penny to do that,
Well,
sanitizing
you
the
have to get
dolls.
you're going to have to clean in areas you're not going to want to clean. And
You only have like old people as your customer base, and you don't have to worry about it as much.
that
Maybe you do. I don't know.
that's
Senior
more
citizen dolls.
more than the guy, the driver, or the owner of the company. Um, who would take the job as a doll cleaner? You got to be a sick.
Oh man,
Well,
man.
there's one person in this lounge I can picture, you know, and you know who that is,
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to say anything. I have some funny things I would say, but I'm not going to offend that person.
dude. Um, Imagine getting pulled over. Anything in the car? Uh, I got two bodies in the back. Pop the trunk.
Yeah, imagine being a police officer have to deal with. What if you died as you were with the doll,
Yeah.
and then your family comes home?
Yeah. Yeah. Or what if you get a car accident and they pop the trunk and there's a body in the back? And, you're right, bro. It's a crazy time.
Yeah, I know. We live in a very interesting world. I'll say that much. Yeah, I don't even want to look up that website because it'll be in my Google history.
It's not even a porn web. It's just a business, I guess. But you got to look at the pictures because it's ridiculous, man. You got to look. They even have a YouTube YouTube videos.
Man,
They have YouTube
come
videos.
coming to a city near you.
Yeah, they have YouTube videos, and I think if you have one in the front seat, you could go in the HOV lane.
See, that would be a reason to get a doll,
Yeah,
for sure. The benefits that come with the doll.
yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
think you could claim them on your taxes, and
Well, see, there you go. Now I want a doll.
know what you do. I think
Dependents. A bunch of
if
like doll kids.
I think if you want to clean it, you just put the doll like in a wheelchair and you bring it to a car wash.
Oh, jeez.
You just push it through.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things you could
You-
do
well,
with it.
you tie the doll to the roof of your car and you go through the car wash.
Robots are. I'm telling you, these are not robots, but the robots are coming, man. It's just. It's. I think it's gonna come faster than people realize. Like Tesla's already building one. They've been developing them for a while now. So
But here's
I'm thinking less than 10 years, we're gonna see
bro.
like
Men are
prostitute robots.
yeah, men are so sick of modern women that
Maybe they want that.
they'd rather bang a doll. They'd rather
Yeah.
doll. You
The
know,
people, they bang a doll like a robot doll, and the people, the pickup people, take it away and bring it back with kids.
yeah, yeah, can you imagine? Imagine
And you gotta pay child support for your robot kids
yeah, fuck,
if you don't want them.
yeah, dude, it's
It's a business. It's a moneymaker right there for the
yeah,
government.
yeah, dude. Uh, I I just
Yeah.
can't stress it enough, man. Someone's doing it every day. And I asked the guy, I said, "How busy are you?" He's like, "Oh, we're really busy. We're really busy. Like really, like they're booked out. Like they're booked. Like they're booked. Like if you wanted to get it right now in Denver,
You can't even get them.
well, you might be able to get in a couple of days. You know what I'm saying though?
Wow. There's a
It's
wait list.
it's a, and I really wonder if they get cleaned between each time. Come on,
That's yeah. That's you get an STD for one of these dolls.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
You really could. I mean,
yeah,
really,
yeah,
you could. And can you sue? And would you want to sue? Because then you got
yeah,
to go to court, and the jury's gonna be there. Everyone's gonna see you.
yeah,
Like, yeah,
yeah,
maybe you
yeah.
wouldn't.
Yeah, dude, I don't. Yeah, because guys might be thinking, "Oh, it's a doll, so I don't have to wear a rubber." But no, you need to wear them because it's just
Yeah, just wrap the doll in like cellophane, or I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. she
Lysol the crap out of it.
she says the doll's gonna tell you she wants a divorce and she takes half your shit.
Well, the robot dolls could do that. They're
Yeah,
smart. They're gonna have the AI building. Yeah, they're the ones you got to watch out for. Is those
yeah,
AI dolls?
yeah.
They could kill you probably too.
No, I think if I remember correctly, the price point last year when I called them, I think it was $200 just to show up, and then they charge you I think $50 per hour after that. I think so.
Oh man.
But
See,
honestly,
that's what
like,
I'm saying. It's a moneymaker right there. I mean,
but what are you gonna do for an hour? You're gonna need it for 5 minutes. What are you gonna do?
well, you gotta have your your after love cigar.
Yeah, yeah. Or you gonna be like making videos and like selling them on the internet. And it's just
Man, yeah, it's unbelievable, man. This is the society we live in, man. And whatever is available out there that has to do with like sex or whatever, it sells. Sex sells.
bro.
Even inanimate objects. Shit.
But
It doesn't matter.
you know where this came from? There was probably a guy sitting like working at a store, staring at mannequins, and he's like, "Hmm." See, you know,
Well, now we understand if there's a chip shortage,
yeah, yeah,
with like the AI dolls.
oh, oh,
That's the business to get into, is the
yeah.
chips and whatever they use to make these dolls. That's what I want to invest in.
Hey, Gary.
Silicone.
Yeah, Gary says you could punch the doll in the face. Don't punch the dolls. Don't hit the.
Or the cleaning solution they use for these dolls. That's another good investment right there. Which I imagine is just bleach.
uh,
Lots of bleach.
uh, well, know
Uh,
what's scary? Those dolls probably have like cameras in the eyes. They're probably recording everything you do.
oh yeah, then they get you for blackmail. That's
Yeah,
another reason to have one of these companies.
dude. Yeah, if you
You can
if you
make even extra money.
bro, the moment you order that, that guy owns you because like, let's say you try to get a job or you run for election, and
Yeah,
like,
they got you. They got
yeah,
you. I can see the government making these dolls.
yeah,
You'll never get a job,
yeah,
or maybe they'll choose what job you get.
yeah.
Depend on that. But then you'll be like working with guys like that. If you were in the doll, involved with dolls, you'll be working with people that were involved
But
with
you know what's
dolls.
you're gonna get the doll delivered. You're gonna unzipper the bag. You're gonna bring it to the bedroom, and you're gonna take the shirt off. And it's gonna say by AJ Fernandez,
I
dude.
see it coming.
Dude,
And
you're gonna have these doll. You're gonna have dolls by AJ Fernandez. Like I can't stress it enough. You know he's gonna do it.
yeah, they're gonna be like, I was gonna say something, but I don't want to get in trouble. But yeah, it'll
Yeah,
be strong. I'll
yeah.
just say that.
Extra,
Strong
extra,
and robust.
yeah, extra for yeah, yeah. I don't know. Maybe the dolls you can use as a humidor. Like maybe I don't know. I don't know. No, don't. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You store your cigars
yeah.
in the dolls.
It's,
That might be that's the accessories. That's another moneymaker right there. All
yeah,
the accessories that go
yeah.
along with the doll. Yeah. I'm
uh,
telling you, man, I might get into the doll business.
yeah,
I'm sold.
yeah,
Yeah, you
bro.
sold me on
Bro, like
it.
there's nothing illegal about it. It's just a doll. It's a, you know.
And dolls have rights.
Yeah, dude, you could literally like pay your rent. Like if you just had one customer come by a night for $100, you're like, it's a doll. Like nobody cares. It's I don't know. Imagine like the cops come and break down your door, thinking you're running a legal place, like a cat house, and they're like, "Oh, it's a doll." And then what would they do? What would they charge you with? It's a doll.
Nothing. Game over. There's nothing you can do until the laws revolve around doll rights. I don't
Uh,
think there's much you can do. That's coming too, though.
yeah, yeah, dude. Yeah, imagine that doll in court as evidence. Your Honor, I'd like to
Oh, jeez.
bring in Exhibit A.
You got guys in like biohazard suits bringing it into the courthouse.
Oh, dude, when they keep that doll on the police property, the guys are going to be fucking the doll.
Nobody wants it in their locker room. Nobody.
No, dude, those guys will be fucking it. They don't care. You know.
Oh man, yeah,
Well,
crazy
bro, on
stuff,
that note,
man.
man, I'm going to end the show, man.
If anyone's still tuning in, man, I'm like, wow. Hopefully, we don't have any like people on our channel that have. We might have someone on our channel that has a doll stood next to them. For
Yeah.
all we know, I don't know.
I got the name. I got the name of our company. Know the name of the company's going to be
What's that?
Dolly Parton.
There, that's a winner. That's a
Yeah.
winner. I'm starting it up.
Yeah.
Start up.
Yeah.
GoFundMe page. Dolly
It, it's Dolly Parton.
BBW dolls. Dolly Parton.
Yeah. Only BBWs. Only BBW.
That's all we. We only cater to that clientele.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And they sing country
It's
music.
and they come with the Rocky Patel Robusto. Yeah. Yeah. They come with a Rocky Patel DBA.
Inside them because they
Yeah.
are humidors as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
we, we have to put out a survey for everyone on the channel.
Yeah.
What do you want in your doll?
Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I'll
I'm
get
gonna
back.
have nightmares tonight, but thank you.
dude, dude, I know every guy's looking at that website right now.
Oh yeah, I'm not. I don't want. Yeah, they're gonna come after me if I look at that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm staying away from Colorado dolls.
Don't worry, I'm gonna post pictures of the website in the chat.
Oh
It's
yeah,
fun. So
can't avoid it.
yeah, I- I'll see you around, bro.
All right, Big D.
Take care.
Good chat.
Peace.
Take care, man.
Bye.